It only has A and B. That's it. Okay, no problem.
Good evening. It is 6:30 p.m. and I would like to call the regular board meeting of the Niles Main District Library Board to order. Margaret, could you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Here. Trustee Makula?
Here.
Trustee Rosansky? Here. Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Here. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I would like to read the rules for our board meeting. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain the quorum of all at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting, or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing, etc. during the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will properly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me, as the board president, the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as many as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. With respect to the trustees, as you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules of Order govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum. By reminding you of these rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rule of Order number 7, debate states, speakers must address their remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it, not to the motives of members. Additionally, Robert's Rules of Order number 43, decorum in debate states, in debate a member must confine himself to the question before the assembly and avoid personalities. Further, the rule states that during debate, no member is permitted to disturb the assembly by whispering or walking across the floor or in any other way. The key words here are disturbing an assembly. All the trustees should refrain from disturbing the assembly, and you should encourage others to do likewise. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, focus on issues, not personalities, refer to any other trustee in a respectful manner, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. Address remarks through the chair. The application of Robert's Rules is the best method to enable the Board of Trustees, with due regard for every member's opinion, to arrive at the general will on the maximum number of questions of varying complexity in a minimum amount of time and under all kinds of internal climate, ranging from total harmony to hardened or impassioned division of opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, Margaret, I'm sorry, Cindy, would you like to call the first person for public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, or is it Margaret? I'm not sure.
I can do it. It's just gonna keep the phone.
Oh, I have.
No problem. Liz Natek.
Good evening. I would hope that everyone gathered here this evening and those watching online would agree that a library is a valuable community resource and that it's a priceless social service. However, some trustees of this board continuously display their misunderstanding of this, the structure, organization, purpose, and mission of a library, especially this library. Trustees, some, aren't even hiding their contempt at this point that this library even continues to exist. This past Saturday, on 9/11, I came to the library about 1 in the afternoon to check out some materials and to pause and reflect while viewing the poignant 9/11 exhibit. 44 cars were in the parking lot, including mine. There were 7 bicycles, 2 strollers, patrons on foot, people getting off the Niles bus. A vibrant community library on a very hot September afternoon. However, a certain trustee, by continuously mentioning how many cars he counts in the parking lot every time he passes by, is only demonstrating his not so subtle loathing that this library even survives. It is also evident that some of these trustees really do loathe this library, for in the fact that repairs to the roof that could have been already completed by now haven't been completed. I don't know, spite, vengefulness, trying to save a dime? Are we gonna save a dime when the fall and winter months bring precipitation? Are we waiting for the roof to collapse? Are the trustees waiting for the library to be condemned? If they are intent to gamble that maybe a faulty roof will close the library, then they only demonstrate further that they don't care to serve the community that they were elected to represent. Speaking of representation, the board has some expensive legal counsel these days. One would assume and hope that such high quality and qualified attorneys would have by now informed these certain trustees that they aren't allowed to micromanage the library. That is why there is a qualified, experienced library director. The trustees' duties do not entail them to micromanage how many employees there should be in each department and who does what on any given workday at any given hour. Of course. Trustees aren't allowed to micromanage employees and have them write down even when they go and take a washroom break or when they go for lunch. The sheer audacity of the presumptions of some of these trustees on this board that an employee of one department can just cover an absence, go over to another department, is beyond reasonable comprehension. One would hope that an individual serving a valuable community resource that they wanted to get elected to would take the time to learn that the resource is structured and organized in a certain manner and maybe stop loathing that which they serve. Thank you.
Kathy Toy.
More frivolous spending. The CPA invoice being paid tonight is over $1,200. Carolyn, can I have your attention, please?
Excuse me, you cannot speak to the trustees individually. You must address the entire board. Or you'll
Board,
have to
may I
be
have
seated.
all of your attention, please? Eyes on me, please, like my grandchildren.
Excuse me, your disrespectful comments to the board are not
Carolyn,
acceptable.
please.
Please
I
quit
put this
belittling
all
us.
together.
You do
And
speak.
I want to
You have
read
my
it, and I
attention.
need everyone's attention.
You have my attention, Ms. Toy.
She doesn't have your attention if you're writing while
I
you're.
I have to
FOIA'd the
take notes.
invoice, and there is no detailed listing of how many hours or at what rate the library was being billed for. I think this money could have been spent on professional development. We do not need a CPA firm doing the work of our business manager and business office coordinator. Half of the board are spending our tax dollars for what I believe are their own insecurities, even after the library has received excellent audits. I believe half of the board should step down from their positions and stop wasting the library's money just because you feel the need to do so. The 2 lawyer invoices I FOIA'd were over $28,000 this month. This is outrageous. In my 18 years of paying invoices, the library never had these exorbitant amounts of lawyer bills. I believe we are in this position because of half of the board's incompetence. This $28,000 could have been spent on filling a position that is desperately needed in digital services. The police invoices for the last 2 months totaled over $1,600. Having the police here is unnecessary. If some people, as was stated last month, were worried for their safety, they have the option of listening to the meetings via Zoom. You made this decision to have the police present at the board meetings without the whole board's approval. One person does not make up the board. You have become a renegade at the taxpayer's expense. You should be removed from your seat on the board. Thank you.
David Sutherland.
Hello, my name is David Sutherland. My pronouns are he, him, his. I have been emailing the board president, copying the rest of the board for the past 3 weeks, asking why you are bringing in armed guards, cops with guns into the library. I have yet to receive an answer from anybody except trustees on the left side here. Inclusion should be a top priority for this library. This should be a place that makes everybody feel safe. Cops in the library is not how you do that. To add insult to injury, you are shifting funds from library community services to lawyers, cops, and your cronies. In the last meeting, your reasoning regarding the gun-toting cops was that a brown person cursed you out. A cursing that was well-deserved, by the way, because of the oppressive policies you and your conspirators on this board are imposing on our cherished institutions. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but the police are an institution that criminalizes people in the service of white supremacy. That doesn't just affect racialized folks, but also people with a disability, LGBTQIA folks, poor and working classes, and our youth. Our youth who are now speaking out with demands of their own in the form of the Niles Youth Community with the Niles Coalition. You can expect more protests because this community is not going to back down. We are rising up in solidarity together. Vulnerable populations alone may be easy targets for you, but together, as a coalition, in unity, we will fight back and we will win. It is time for this slate of anti-library trustees to get your hands off our library. It's time for you 3 to resign. Save Niles Library.
Dalal Hussain.
Hello, salam alaikum, and Shoni. My name is Dalal Hassan, and I'm a Kurdish and Arab 17-year-old from Niles, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm representing the Niles youth community with the Niles Coalition. We, the Niles youth community, under the Niles Coalition, seek to promote anti-racism, the diversity of the Niles community, and the voices of the youth. To make that a reality, we are demanding the following actions to liberate our Niles Main District Library. We demand equity at the Niles Main District Library by updating the mission to equitably engage, inform, enrich, and educate. We demand resources to meet the needs of all community members from all backgrounds, including immigrant families, families of color, families from lower socioeconomic statuses, etc., by funding library hours, programs, materials, and services. We demand racial representation by filling the vacant library trustee position with a person of color who is against eliminating the services and resources that some board members have targeted. We demand youth representation, including middle and high schoolers, to have our opinions be equally listened to and valued through inclusion at board meetings. As one of the only people of color in this room and one of the only young people in this room, I ask that you listen to these demands from the Niles youth community.
Elizabeth Lynch.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Lynch. My pronouns are she, her. I'd like to begin by reading a letter to the editor published in the Tribune, the Niles Herald Spectator, by Peggy Raines. Back to school days bring a welcome bit of excitement, and although my days of waiting for the school bus are long past, I'll admit to feeling a similar wave of fall anticipation when the Niles Main District Library newsletter appeared in my mailbox. Sunday hours are back. As one of the more than 150 area residents who gathered on July 20th to express opposition to the drastically reduced library budget, endorsed by Trustees Carolyn Derblick, Joe McCula, and Suzanne Schoenfeld, I take heart in knowing that when the community speaks, good things can happen. Those who spoke at the public budget hearing presented a spirited defense of the library they love, and it mattered. It matters still. It's worth noting that it was Trustee Olivia Hanushek who offered the budget amendment with the intent to restore library hours. Now that Ms. Hanushek has resigned her post citing other commitments, our library trustees have a new opportunity to hear from the community. Let me be plain. Residents of the Niles Main Library District demand and expect a transparent process for filling the vacancy created by Ms. Hanushek's resignation. We want an open invitation to apply and a considered application review and interview process before a majority vote of trustees approves any appointment. The ideal candidate will understand the fiduciary duties of a trustee. Community service counts, and a candidate who is truly representative of library users is ideal. It's time for our most recently elected library trustees to live up to their oath of public office. That means exercising duties of care, loyalty to the mission of the library, impartiality, and accountability. The appointment of a new trustee is an opportunity to build, not test, the public's trust in our elected officials. I agree with Peggy Raines, and I want to add to her comments. When you take on the responsibility of governing, the public expects and demands that you will work with and for those that are different from you. It is not optional, it is essential. This is not controversial, it is not political. It is simply about good governance. Another promotion or appointment from within your group of friends, from your specific house of worship, from those that worked on your campaign, would be childish and unethical. You have the opportunity to show us that you respect and value all members of the community, even those that look different from you, live in a different neighborhood, practice a different faith, have different abilities and experiences in life. The more that this board reflects the diversity of our community, the better it will serve us. As you develop the process for this appointment, consider, how will you encourage those from different backgrounds to apply? How will you overcome your own bias? And how will you select a candidate for their passion and service, not for their close connections to your friends and political allies? It's what our community deserves, and it is the bare minimum expected of your public office.
Renee Sutherland.
Hello, my name is Renee Sutherland. My pronouns are she, her. I've lived in Niles for more than 20 years, and I'm here today with some facts for you. I know some of the trustees have friends who keep telling them that people are fleeing Illinois or Cook County or Niles because they don't want to have to fund the excellent schools and libraries that we have here. I looked at the census data for the Village of Niles, and for decades now, the population of Niles has been in the range of 28,000 to 31,000 people. The count goes up a little some years and down some years, but it's basically around 30,000 people. I looked at the population of Cook County at census.gov, and in 2010, there were 5,194,675 people, and in 2020, there were 5,275,541. So the population of Cook County actually went up, not down, between 2010 and 2020. So just because you've got a friend who moved to Wisconsin recently doesn't mean that the rest of us are moving to Wisconsin if you don't hurry up and wreck our library. There are capable labor attorneys in Illinois too, in case someone's telling you otherwise. Another fact is that just because Olivia Hanushak's amendment to the budget in July included her saying that positions that become vacant due to attrition would not be filled, that does not mean that you can't fill positions that became vacant this year. The budget for salaries was based on the level of staffing needed to maintain our library being open for the public for 66 hours a week. So the money is in the budget to fill positions that become vacant so that all of us are able to continue to access our library. Your ideas like suggesting that a manager also take on the duties of the assistant manager so that she could cover herself when she isn't able to be here, or shuffling staff around so that a children's librarian would somehow take on the role of a digital services staff member, it just shows how very little that you understand about how a library works and the specialized skills and knowledge that each library worker brings to their job. This board's current president and other officers have already proven that the jobs that you need to be doing as trustees are more than enough for you by not being able to approve minutes in the amount of time required by the Open Meetings Act, by not responding to questions that are sent to your trustee emails from members of the public, by not being able to properly use your trustee emails so that FOIA requests can be responded to accurately by the FOIA officers here. You three are clearly, or some of the board members are clearly overwhelmed by the tasks that you're responsible for as trustees. So instead of trying to micromanage and require that library staff jump through hoops to justify staffing our library, how about you let the director let you know what is needed to staff our library, and you work on meeting your requirements under the Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information Act, or resign. Thank you.
That's all the public comments.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, item 5 is the approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $173,900?
Excuse me, Carolyn, it's the minutes.
The minutes.
Oh, sorry. Approval of minutes. Oh, yes, my mistake. Item 5 on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of August 18th, 2021? Approve the revised minutes of the special board meeting of trustees budget workshop 1 on June 1st, 2021, and approve the revised minutes of the regular board meeting of July 21st, 2021.
Can I ask a question, please, Carolyn?
Actually, I need a
Isn't the
So
other
moved.
minute first?
second.
So
Isn't the
moved.
other minutes first, the minutes from last month?
Don't we do one at a time?
Or do we, or am I misunderstanding? I'm just curious.
I'm asking for a motion to discuss these 3 minutes.
Okay, fine.
And then we go through them one at a time and we vote.
Okay.
Did you want me to go through this 3 times? It's up to you. however you like.
Absolutely not, and I just
think
asked
the
a
tone
simple
that you asked
question.
for
You
at the
don't
beginning of
need
the
to get
meeting
all
is
bent out of
inappropriate.
shape.
You're already
I'm sorry,
breaking from the
Ms.
tone
Trustee
you asked
Rosansky, I
for.
couldn't hear you. What was that?
I said, I just asked a simple question. I thought we were doing the minutes from last month first and then going into those. That's all my misunderstanding.
Okay, we are starting with August 18th,
Oh.
right?
Would-
Okay,
Do you have motions?
So moved.
okay, McCool is the movement and Trustee Schoenfeld the second. Thank you. All right, we have a movement and a second. We are now open for discussion. We're gonna start with the August 18th minutes. I will call the trustees for comments. Trustee McCula, do you have any comments on the August 18th minutes?
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comments.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, I have comments. On page 5, second paragraph under payment of bills, I would like it to say, or I'd like it to read, Trustee Rosansky stated, I would like to put on the agenda for next month that we discuss the police presence. It doesn't,
That's a change to the last sentence in that paragraph?
that whole paragraph can be eliminated and just put that, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not looking to add more onto it, just take that all out, and the part, it got kind of twisted a little bit, and that's what I'd like it to say. If you need me to repeat it, I will.
Yes, please.
So Cindy, you'll check the video and then copy her and include her statement, correct?
Yes, I just.
I already checked the video, and this is what I'd like it to say from the video. I would like it put on the agenda for next month that we discuss the police presence.
Put it in for next month.
No, that's how I want the agenda, the minutes changed.
Trustee Rosansky stated, it'd be on next month's agenda to discuss the police presence?
Cindy, I believe the
Yes.
procedure is you need to view the video
You have to see if her
and
statement is
locate her
on there.
statement and then just
So I
type it
gotta
in its
have-
entirety.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Gotta
can
have her
check the
statement.
video, but what I said, it was what was on the video.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe in the future, when you change something, we'll say, Cindy, check the video versus agreeing to listen to what you say.
I always do, actually. That's in
Well,
our
so do
trustee
I.
manual.
Why would I say something that wasn't on the video?
I'm just asking her to check it because she's trying to write down what you're saying. Is there anything more you have, Trustee Rosansky?
Let's see. I would, let's see. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Olson?
Yes. Let's see, there's so many things. Okay, on page 6, under communications, Trustee Keen Adams commented on the trustee's ability to speak with staff requiring a FOIA, and that all FOIAs go through the attorneys. President.
Excuse me, Trustee Olson, what paragraph are you on?
Under communications, on page 6,
Okay. First paragraph, second paragraph? Thank you.
President Durblick clarified that the attorney is needed because of the volume of requests. I believe that in the past,
in the minutes that all the board members were given a list of all the FOIAs that were requested during that month. And I would like to see that again, because there seems to be an issue with the amount of FOIAs that are coming in. I'd like to see that list as we had gotten before. So that's one request.
So we're not changing the minutes, you're just stating a request?
Yes, I'm just
Okay, thank you.
stating, I'm
Okay.
responding to that. Let's see.
You had something else?
Yeah, I thought I did. I believe, and I can't see the exact quote here, but I remember Ms. Rosansky asking for a couple of items that asked to be on the agenda, and it's not in the minutes, so I don't know which ones they were. I'd have to listen to the tape, which I'm not going to at this point. I'd like to know, Ms. President, if somebody mentions it, that they would like to see it on the agenda for next month, does that mean it goes on the agenda, or is there an issue with that?
Actually, I don't see the minutes till after the agenda's prepared. If you would just contact me, that would be fine.
So we have to go through you before we can put something on the
Or
agenda?
most of you have been contacting Cindy, and she contacts me, so if you prefer to call her, by all means do so, and then
So do
I'll
we
get back
have
to
to
her.
say it again after we requested at the meeting? Do we have to then tell Cindy again?
I would recommend you do that.
I did that, and you still denied what I wanted on the agenda. Thank you.
Well, there
So-
are some items that won't make the agenda, but I would
Okay, fine.
suggest that you contact me
all we need
if
to
you'd
know.
like
Thank you.
to have it on the agenda.
No, well, why is it that you
Because
have
it
to
was something
approve
she
it?
didn't want on the agenda.
Trustee
Can I make a
Rosansky, you are out of line, and these comments are unnecessary. There's nothing I don't want on the agenda. There are items we are already discussing, and we'll take care of that. But if you would call me instead of calling the director, maybe we could have a conversation, and I could help eliminate some of this anger that you seem to possess over every single question you ask.
I do not.
Okay, but I was just asking a question.
Please,
wanted
I
to-
would appreciate it if you would contact me, or if you prefer to contact Cindy when she
Okay.
reaches me, I will take care of it.
Can I make a suggestion? It's
Yeah.
really helpful if you think about framing it in terms of a motion. You know, like, what do you want on the agenda? Instead of
meeting,
just
and
saying,
then
talking about the
presenting it
police,
at the
like,
meeting.
yeah, so that so I can relay what it is you're asking to be put on the agenda. That would be helpful, so.
And possibly if you email it to Cindy or myself, it'll already be in the format that you'd like the statement to read. That may be helpful.
I just want to remind you of the bylaws where I am quoting, "The board shall always act as a whole, no individual member or committee having power to act, except as specifically granted by the board." So I don't understand why we have to go through you. If we want to put it on the agenda, then we should be able to.
Because the practice and procedure of this library for 8 years and
Baloney.
before that.
Well, this is a new,
have always been
this
the-
is definitely a new year.
No, you know what, then you obviously don't remember. Have you ever requested an agenda item under trustee
So
Diamond?
the tone that you're speaking
or
in
under
is
trustee-
derogatory, and you
under
ask for
trust-
people to
Would
not
you
do
please
that.
stop?
I'm trying to remind you
I'm
of
not
what you brought up
interested in
at
what
the
you
beginning.
have to say.
No, you're not, but you still
Okay,
have to listen to it.
Please be quiet.
So what you said at the
Trustee
beginning of the
Olson, in the
meeting, you're
past-
already breaking those rules, Carolyn. You are
Trustee
breaking your own
Olson-
rules.
Trustee Olson, in the past, when I requested agenda items, I would email the director, who would contact the president. It was Trustee Diamond, or Trustee Ryan, or Trustee Spadoni. And she would inform me that she hasn't heard from the president yet, but as soon as she does, she'll let me know if the items can be on the agenda. Sometimes they made the agenda, sometimes they did not, but that has always been our procedure.
And I'm saying, why do we have to follow that? I don't see it in the policy book.
Because
I
the-
don't see it,
because-
I don't see it written anywhere, and just because we did it last year or the year before or
in-
whatever,
it's got nothing to do with how we proceed this year.
It's
And
in-
if you want to make it a policy, then do so.
It's in the
But-
trustee manual, which we followed since trustee Spadoni was here.
Okay, I'd like to see it. Can you
Oh,
provide
I
that?
think Diane,
We
were-
do
were
have
those
copies of it
distributed?
here for you,
That,
if you'd like.
That-
I was going to give it to you on the way out. I have additional copies for your binders.
Thank you.
and,
Give it to you.
and
Those were
what,
provided to all the trustees on May 24th. Remember when we made the revisions? You had copies
Oh,
of them?
well, that's another, wait,
I'm sorry.
that's
But
another
she's giving-
issue. I would
she's
like
giving
to
another
see
one.
copies of all the revisions that we went through.
I believe Cindy's passed them out, but this is the last of them.
The last, where's the first?
Oh, I don't know what else you're missing, but I believe she's updated everything.
So it was voted on May 24th, but then usually after the meeting, we give.
Is this all the policy revisions that we went through? That we can put this in
Since they've been
our,
elected?
Well, here, I'll give you, this is 4.02 as well, which was
The
also.
fact is, I think the bylaw actually states that the director is responsible for the agenda.
She puts, that means she creates it, she types it.
It means that the director is responsible.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes, it does, that's what it states. You can look it up.
I approve,
Okay, let me.
what
take a
does
look
it
at
say?
I approve the agenda items. And the president has done it for years. But if we choose to do this, then let's make a mockery of this as well.
Thank you.
So where does it say that?
4.2 is the one we're talking about later. She just gave it.
4.2?
Is the one we're talking later. It's on the agenda later.
Thank you so much.
No, I'm talking about what?
I understand what you're talking about.
Where does it say what you claim on the agenda, about the agenda?
The library director shall prepare an agenda for each meeting. It's in the bylaws.
She prepares it,
Yeah.
that means she types it.
It can mean a lot of things, so you
Well,
know.
you know what, I'll find all the documentation that says I approve it, and I'll share it with you again, because I
I
know
don't
we've been
need
to
to
this.
see it again, and I don't need you
Yes, you do.
to, I don't need you to speak down to me, because that's
I'm
what
not
you asked.
speaking
Yes,
down
you
to
are.
you, but you're disagreeing with me,
So
so
what
I
I think we
approve
should
it.
do is ask the lawyer what supersedes. Is it
He
the
already
bylaw?
told me, I've already expressed that with you when we've argued about this before. And if we
The
keep-
bylaws are the top dog, and the bylaw says that the director prepares the agenda.
She prepares it, she doesn't approve the items that go on it. There's a difference in terminology.
There is no terminology that says she cannot
Okay,
put
let's,
things on
all
the
right,
agenda.
that's fine, we'll ask the attorney to, again.
Yes, we
Okay,
will.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, that's enough.
Minutes?
I think we were on trustee, I think trustee Olson, are you, trustee Rosansky and trustee Olson, you are finished with your comments?
If I can say one thing.
Sure.
In the past, since you like to talk about the old board, and majority of them aren't here, Diane and I are, and I'm probably next to you, the oldest one on the board, or longest, I should say. A lot of times, in fact, more than not, your items were put on the agenda. So the idea that you are not putting our items on the agenda is quite offensive. And I'm sorry if you're offended by it, but I sure am offended that you're not putting our items on the agenda. Thank you.
Trustee Rosansky, unfortunately, your statement is not true. There are many items I requested on the agenda over the years, and they just weren't
Oh,
added.
let's not talk about the past.
Well, you know
So I
what?
just
It
want
is-
you to
it's over.
understand that.
It's over. She's
I'm
not gonna
just trying to
listen, so it
confirm
doesn't
that
matter.
that statement was incorrect.
Yeah.
But if that's all you have, I'll move on. Trustee Keenan.
Yes. So the first thing on the minutes for August 18th, on the others present, we need to add Matthew Fernholtz, the attorney for BEC, is not listed in the attendees. And it also is not reflected in the notes when he spoke, which also needs to be added. And that would be on page, sorry, one second.
It's on the first page as well, public comments down under.
Right, so it's not in the public comment, but then he also spoke later on in the meeting. Page 7, payment up to BEC.
Yeah.
It's not listed in there that he spoke at that time. So if you guys could watch the video and then add whatever you think a summary of his statement was, that would be appreciated. I also would like to change page 6. I'm sorry. One second for the page number on. It's the part where we were having the proposal from Yissel. Anyone knows what page on that is?
That is on
Page
6.
6. Page 6.
That is 6.
So, it's not mentioned in here that he left out a page of his information, which it seemed like a copy was made during the meeting, but it was never presented to us, and we still haven't gotten it as far as I know, where he had given us some comparative pricing information, but it was not in our packets. So I would like it to be reflected in the minutes that that was lacking in his proposal. And also that something to the effect about the invoice and whether it was brought to who and when and how was a crazy thing. So, if you guys could go back and watch that and put in something about how.
So this was what happened regarding the invoice, because we did not have the invoice at the meeting. It came several weeks later by mail.
But, that was part of the problem at that meeting, was that he was asked for an invoice and said he presented it to someone, but no one could come up with who had it, and then Joe eventually said he got it.
Right.
So I think that needs to be reflected.
Well, it says it was submitted a $700 invoice to Joe McCullough.
It's something about the lack of transparency needs to be in the minutes. I think that's it. That's all I have for those minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so then Cindy, August 18th, we'll just hold over till next month after the corrections are made, then we'll revisit them for approval.
Okay.
All right?
And trustees asked that the changes be highlighted, so I'll do that going forward.
Thank you.
Make it just faster.
Oh,
To
that's a
review
good
them.
idea. Okay, the next, minutes, are the approval of the revised minutes of special board meeting and trustees budget workshop 1 on June 1st, 2021. Trustee Mahula, do you have any questions on June
No comments
1st,
on it.
2021?
No comments on it.
I have a question. Do we have to have this seconded and all of that stuff?
I guess not. You motioned and seconded all 3 minutes
Okay.
to start with, so I
Well-
think that's okay.
And the one that we just talked about, too? Because that,
18th, yes,
okay.
that was the
Just
first
want to
one.
make sure we're doing things the way we're
Thank
supposed to.
you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, trustee Schoenfeld, did you have any comments?
No
June
comment.
1st? Okay, trustee Rosansky,
No comment.
trustee Olson.
For June 1st?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. I spent at least an hour and a half today comparing these minutes, revised ones, with the original, and there were so many different changes. I felt like I needed to have a person help me, a proofreader, and read them back and forth. There were insertions in practically every paragraph on page 9. There were new paragraphs added entirely, 6 lines of a paragraph inserted. This is not how you revise minutes. I mean, I can remember when I was secretary revising minutes, there might have been a misspelling, a date wrong, whatever. Now we have the president inserting.
No, I'm sorry. This is my work here on this because.
Inserting this new paragraph?
Well, because Greg had done it originally, and then I went back and watched the whole tape, and I had a different take on summarizing the meeting. So there wasn't, I don't remember specific changes that were
Yeah.
asked for, but it was primarily in the first workshop. I believe there were no changes after that. I didn't,
Well, I'm talking specifically about page 9 specifically.
page 9.
Yeah.
Is this
Okay.
the set of minutes that it was asked for one paragraph to be changed, or was that the 21st?
I don't know.
Okay.
I believe it might have been the 21st.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the 21st was one paragraph.
So I see why highlighting isn't fun. Sorry.
Yes. So,
Yeah, yeah. All right, this is the correction that you gave me.
all right. and
But
then
it's only
after-
showing the one, there's
Right.
much more on this document that is changed besides that one paragraph.
Okay, so Greg did originally.
Okay.
After the meeting, I went back and watched it and changed it. And then from your packet on Friday to Monday, the highlighted changes came in.
Right, I remember,
Okay.
I'm talking about the original
Yes.
changes. There were so many, and where did those come from?
From me watching the tape.
So you watched the tape and then you changed from the original minutes
Yes.
to this? Oh, okay, then, it's not, all right, I don't know what to say to that, except that it's a lot more information then why did you feel the need to change it? I thought the original minutes were concise and they said that.
But they weren't passed. And it was mostly because of this particular first presentation, Susan's presentation. It seemed to be the one that had the most objections to it. So I rewatched that section and heard it differently than Greg did.
Well,
Because there wasn't specific changes asked for.
All right, so you felt that you needed to add more because there's quite a bit that's added to it.
Well,
I mean, these are my notes. This whole paragraph is added, this one we know about, it's the yellow. There's sentences that are changed. I
I
mean, if
changed
you
the-
felt, so you're telling me that you just felt that you needed that.
yeah.
I would have said that, no, the original was enough information, it didn't.
Didn't
But
need to get longer,
if that-
right, I
okay.
know.
All right,
We're working on that.
okay.
Okay, do you have more, Trustee Olson?
No, then.
All right, thank you.
No, I'm satisfied with that answer.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Keen Adams.
No comment.
Okay, so we will pass the minutes for June 1st, 2021.
I don't know.
Or we're approving them?
Roll call vote.
You have to vote.
So that's what I'm saying, we're all in favor of approving, or, oh, that's right, we'll just take a vote and you can tell me yes or no. Okay,
Ready? Trustee Drblick?
yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No,
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
So I need direction then to go back and redo the minutes. So,
I think the minutes as they were before, with the slight change to whatever was referred to would be sufficient.
okay, well, I need whoever had the slight change to
I
tell
don't
me
know
what
who
it
that
was.
was
Okay.
happening.
And to be honest, like I've said before, they're too wordy.
Okay.
Minutes are supposed to be,
So
A
what
brief
do you
summary.
expect to be removed?
What was asked to be
nothing,
changed?
go back to the original minutes. Do you have the original?
yeah.
Okay,
She went back because there was two sentences that just didn't make sense.
Okay,
She
so
went in
just go back to the original
and she
minutes.
typed everything
And
that-
that's what you
that
do, if you
area
don't
was.
pass the
I
revised
did add
ones, then
my
you go back to
statement
the
that
original.
I wanted, was my statement.
Okay, but they won't pass when they
What are
come
you
back
saying
next
you want
time
removed?
because there's
I'm
something
sorry.
wrong.
the
can't
one
hear
who
you.
objected to the last minutes, I believe is sitting on the other side of the room. Ask them what they would like done.
Oh,
Well, rather than pick this side or that side, could we speak specifically to the minutes so we
Yeah,
have some
yeah, I don't
direction
know.
here?
so can I send you the original minutes after the meeting? And whoever wants changes to them, let me know so I can watch the video and look for those changes. Because I
Well,
have
is
to tell you,
that-
for these
is that
workshops,
typical to do
4
that?
times these minutes have been done for the workshops.
That's what I'm saying, there
So,
was so
4
much
times.
that was given at all 3 of those workshops.
So I'll go back to the original minutes.
Why do they have to be looked at again? Usually, usually, if you don't accept the revised, then you go back and then the originals are
The originals were
accepted
never
and
voted on.
approved.
They were voted and not approved. So not accepting the changes automatically approves them as they were.
Well, that's what I remember from our
No,
last
absolutely
meeting.
not.
No,
I mean, you have to vote to approve. You have to take a vote on whatever the document is, and
You have
the
to,
vote
okay,
stands,
so
whatever
you have
it
to
is.
vote for
Okay.
approval of the original minutes.
well, yeah, whatever.
I guess.
The 3 of us voted no. So there's.
No, we did, no, for
On the original.
minutes.
Oh, for the original? I don't know. Unless you look at the tape and see who said no and find out what they changed it.
No, I don't know that it was a vote. I think it was, I know my comment was my sentence was missing. So I asked Cindy to put my sentence in, told her where I thought it was. And then because the first 2 sentences, or first sentence just was like not making sense, she went in there and picked up that whole conversation or whatever it was. So I guess you're saying it was too lengthy, but I'm trying to understand, what are we saying here? My
What is the
comments-
one sentence you wanted in there then? Because, until we got the one today, we only had one thing that was highlighted. So please
Well,
explain to me, what was the one sentence you had put in there?
So this that's highlighted is from Carolyn, that's your sentence, right? That you sent me on Monday.
Okay, that could be.
It's highlighted on the draft, on the workshop 1. But that doesn't address the changes that were made between July and August. So I'll go back to the July draft.
Oh, my gosh.
What is this, September? Okay, now I'll go back to the August draft that was not approved,
And then
which
what?
is what you have your notes on, right? Because you said you had it there from August.
Well, I thought we were talking about the June 1st meeting.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're talking about the
We are
August
talking
draft
June
of the
1st.
June 1st workshop, the August draft of the June 1st workshop. It was
Oh,
in
yeah.
last month's meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
June 1st workshop, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go back to that, and I'll watch the tape and see who objected and changed only that objection.
Were there objections? Is that
Well,
what
it
we're
didn't
saying?
pass, so somebody must have objected.
Well, I don't know if that it was I know my concern was this statement was incorrect, it wasn't even in there.
I
So
think
what
it
else
was
is added? I mean,
nothing, it was just your,
so it's my paragraph you're refusing to approve that I'm saying I didn't approve in the first place because it was omitted? Is
Yes.
that where we are?
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
would
so
be
then we're not
sufficient.
gonna pass these minutes and be in violation because you refused to put my statement in?
Yes.
Yeah, it's one more month, I don't think it's gonna matter at this point.
Well, here's
Already
the point,
past
it's not gonna
60
change,
days.
so what is?
No,
Well,
it's
then
gonna
I guess it
change.
doesn't
No.
change.
Because we're gonna go back to August draft and insert just your paragraph.
Is there more in here than that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's more changes
There's a
in
lot more
Susan's
changes.
presentation. I picked up more things than
Okay, I see.
were
what you're
in
saying.
there. So,
But couldn't we just, I mean, are they, do you disagree that much with them that we need to put her to redo these again? I mean, are there problems with the additions? I'm
There's
sorry.
all kinds of additions that weren't in there originally, so why do we have to change it that much? Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Well,
I
I guess what I'm
think
trying
we-
to say is, she added information, but is there a problem with the information that you don't
Well,
want it in
there's
the
a,
minutes to
there's a
prevent her from having
problem
to go
that it
back
was
in?
changed
There
at
has
all.
to be some sort, like, I feel like now I need to get the original set, the second set, the third set, and sit down and waste my hour or two going through them all again, because this is ridiculous, and this is a situation that we're in, because we had so many meetings and didn't do the minutes on time, and now we're
Well, we're
screwed.
not helping the situation if we're gonna
Well,
argue,
no,
but
but
if that's what
two
you
wrongs
insist,
don't make
we'll
a
do.
right.
Well, I don't know that it's wrong, I think for her to be detailed, because all of her staff that worked so hard on those workshops deserve to be recognized and identified for everything they did and said.
All right,
So
here's,
it's up to you how you want to handle that then.
what I'm suggesting is, she doesn't have to change anything. She doesn't have to change it to satisfy your statement that you proposed. She just has to go back to the original minutes, and then we can pass the original minutes now without any changes.
Well, I won't pass it without my statement.
Oh,
in
well,
Well,
then,
then we won't pass
then-
it with your statement, so we're
Well,
at a
if that's the
standstill.
game you want to play, then, oh
That-
well.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I'm asking
Because
that my
that's the
statement
way
be
it
added.
works. If it doesn't
Fine.
go through,
Why would you deny something that was said at a board meeting to be in the minutes?
Because
what,
Carolyn,
what is it, Carol?
No, what's the logic in that?
Said?
What's the logic in that?
Do you remember
Why
what?
can something that was omitted in the minutes
Can
and
you
on the
can
video
you tell
not
me
be
what you
allowed in the
said?
writing? I'm trying to understand why we're doing that. I mean, I understand trustee Keen Adams saying there's been so much more information in order for her to be, feel that she understands what's been added or subtracted. She needs to do a lot of work. I get that. But I'm trying to understand why, just because I wanted my statement that was omitted, now we're gonna argue, you're just not gonna put it in?
Can you tell me what your statement was?
This
That you
here.
didn't
It's
like?
the
Because I have the original
It wasn't
minutes
in
right
there.
here.
It wasn't in there.
Okay, what did you want added?
It's in,
The yellow,
This yellow stuff.
the
Okay,
yellow.
Well, this is more than this is quite a bit.
It's a
well,
whole
the
paragraph.
statement, it was about a subject area.
What's,
I don't know what page.
The
why all this
original,
even
I
needs to
could
be
tell
in there.
you, I can read what was on the original, and you tell me what's wrong with that.
Well, because it misses the detail, it totally
Well-
doesn't explain the situation.
But
minutes
these
are
are
not
minutes,
detailed.
don't have to explain.
They
it
need to be,
in
they need to be
detail.
accurate. So they either tell you what happened or they
Is
tell you
this
what.
not accurate? This is the original. President Derblick stated that Ms. Lemke was presenting partial information and that she wanted the departments to make presentations on those particular budget lines. What's wrong with that? That is a summary of what you said.
And to be honest, some of the stuff in this statement, I think is kind of unnecessary. And if you don't like that I'm not voting to pass it, I'm sorry. I'm still not gonna vote to pass it.
Well, you have that option, I'm just saying we're
Why
not gonna
does
pass
it
them.
need this long explanation that,
Because you
instead of just that simple explanation on the minutes? Why are you being, why do you think that? I just
Oh,
don't
because the
understand.
entire statement regarding the fact that the budget was changed, but suggestions were made with options to replace what was removed was not included. It sounded like we just lined everything out and we didn't care, and we didn't make any suggestions about what else we could do to come up with the same result. That was the purpose of our budget, of our
Wait,
budget
that's not what
process.
this paragraph says.
basically,
the
right
middle.
here, listen, look at this bottom part, where it talks about trustee McCullough and how he didn't realize until it was explained to him.
I mean,
That's
why
where
is
I
that
think-
It's not
necessary?
necessary.
Then why do
Well,
you have to-
because he was accused of something else in the minutes, and that's not right.
I mean, we're gonna end up writing verbatim
No, I don't
every
think
single
we'll-
word that is said during the meetings if we keep this up.
Well, I don't think these
Spending too much
controversial
time on this.
conversations will be coming up again.
Well, that's good, because I'm still not voting yes.
For this, and I can't believe you want this 10-line paragraph to replace 2 lines that say the same thing.
The
That
truth
you
of the-
were not happy with Ms. Lemke's presentation. She gave partial information. She wants, you want her to make or them to make presentations on budget lines.
You know, what's
I
interesting
mean,
is that
this
the
indicates
Director
that you were
Lemke,
not happy with it.
all the directors were taken out in front of Lemke in these minutes as well. That's an interesting.
Oh, that's.
Thank you.
Well, that's the way we
That's-
always do the
That's
minutes.
the way they do the minutes.
Mm.
They don't, they try to, they
They
take
weren't
out
like that the
entitled.
first time, though.
Well, that's what's great. Then as
me?
well,
Okay.
you put Director Lemke, we always just put Mr. and Mrs.
All right, so I approve to go back to the original minutes, and
And Carolyn
that's what
says
I'm
she
voting
won't.
for.
All right, let's move on.
So I think the next set of minutes are July 21st, 2021. Okay, Trustee McCullough, do you have any comments about the July 21st, 2021?
No comments on that.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky.
No comment.
Trustee Olson.
Can I check my notes? July 21st, page 42. Page 42, there's no page 42.
Can somebody remind me why we held this one back? What we wanted to change on it? Or is that in the
Is
yellow
this
part also?
highlighted?
Thank
Is
you.
that all
Yeah,
that was
all right,
supposed to be
thank you.
changed on it?
I just think the changes are unnecessary again. These are the changes.
Yeah, I think all the changes had to do around the wording of the amendment and the motion.
Mm-hmm. And also on page 3, what's that?
That was
Discussion.
pertaining to Olivia's motion.
Okay, so it's all about that. So, you know, why? Why do you have to change all that? I don't understand. Carolyn? Why do you
sorry.
have to change all that?
You mean,
These
why
are
did
all
I
your
add-
requests.
Why did I add page 3, the second to the last paragraph?
Well, and the next page, isn't that all your changes too?
Well, I don't know about
I don't
the
see
other
anything
page.
on the
I
next
just know
page.
this one.
No.
No, there's
So there's
just,
just one paragraph change,
on
correct?
page 3,
Just the one paragraph? Mm-hmm.
An addition.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No comment on that. Unnecessary, that's my comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Trustee Olson, did I already call you? I'm sorry.
Yes, my comment is,
No
it's
comment.
unnecessary to make this
Okay.
change.
Thank you.
There's no reason.
All right, Trustee Keen Adams, please.
No comment.
Okay, Margaret, please pick the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Okay, so we will not be
So we
passing
go
these-
back to the original.
No, we don't go anywhere. They're not passed.
Well, fine. They're not passed.
Well, let's
I
don't
pass them,
understand why
let's
the
pass.
No.
board would do this.
Can we
Just-
pass them now?
Only if she takes out that paragraph, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, then, that's not on the original.
No, that
I
paragraph
remember
cannot be taken
in the 4 years that if it didn't pass, you just
No.
go back to the
You know
original
what?
and
I don't
vote
know
on
if
that.
that's true either, so whatever.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Usually, you weren't allowed to make any corrections. But according to the trustee manual, if there's something that was omitted or incorrect, the director would go back to the video to clarify what the exact statement was, and then it was corrected. And now you're saying that you refuse to approve any of these minutes. And I think we had several conversations for several months about the fact that the minutes weren't typed soon enough, and we were in violation, and now we are purposely not approving them, which is gonna cause us again to be in violation. I don't understand this board's role in supporting the library.
I don't understand the
Well, we feel
president
that those
always
additions
needing
are not
to.
necessary, and that's why we're
That's
refusing to.
exactly what I
so.
feel. The changes are unnecessary. And you feel they are?
And
so
you're
let's
doing the
vote
same thing we're
for the
doing, so
original.
you can't say there's any different.
Information is not necessarily unnecessary. It's either correct or it's incorrect. But too much information can't be a problem. I mean, we are a library of knowledge, and talking about information, I mean, how is it that you can use that as a basis to not approve minutes, which is going to cause us a problem?
Well, if we're gonna keep on in this vein, then we're gonna each want our own paragraphs added to everything so that we can each get to say what we want in every session of minutes.
But that's truly not the issue. There have been some key factors in the past couple of months that we're going to need to rely on in the future.
That's what the
and we
videos
need-
are for.
No,
It
videos,
just so happens they all have your
These are a
name on
summary.
them.
These are not verbatim.
minutes are used to account for your meetings and what took place.
All right,
People go to written
Carolyn?
minutes. It is important.
Can
If
I
it wasn't
speak?
important, I wouldn't bring it up.
Carolyn,
Yes, trustee
the
Olson.
July 21st
Yes.
has three sentences. Do you feel that it's necessary? Can you just cut it out for the sake of negotiation?
Those,
Those on page 3, do you want to get rid of those so we can move on, approve these
on-
minutes and go?
well, on the July 21st, you want me to remove that statement I put in?
Yes, discussions
No, I
follow.
cannot, because if you read the statement, that information is crucial to the decision we made regarding passing the budget.
Okay, that's the answer then, no?
Nope.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm helping, or I don't seem to be explaining the importance of it. I think you're looking at it more like it's just me who wants it.
Yeah, that is.
And that's unfortunate, but that's where we stand then.
Yep.
Okay, so we are finished with the minutes. I just need to, okay, next on the agenda. Oh, here we are. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the operating expenses of $172,926.43 and payroll expenses of $277,180.14 for a monthly expense total of $451,106.57.
So moved.
Okay, we have a movement and a second. We are now ready for questions. Trustee McCullough, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No, I do not.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, I do. Our fiscal year started July 1st. So from July 1st till now, we have spent $32,505 on lawyers, 98% of our budget. Page 19, check number 80209, payment to the Village of Niles for $862.23 is another bill we wouldn't have had if one of our officers wasn't so secretive and making backroom deals with the other 3 people that were then on her side of the board.
Trustee Rosansky,
To
please
make a
refrain-
call to
please
have the
refrain
police at
from
our
those
meetings
false
without
statements.
bringing it before the whole board. If I didn't care about my village, I would ask not to pay this bill, but I do care about my village, and so I will not say we shouldn't pay it.
Are you finished, Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, in response to your comment about the police detail that we had at
You explained
our
it last
meetings,
meeting.
well, apparently I didn't explain it well enough. Because of the request by trustees and the public, that's why I selected to have them here. I had 4 trustees who agreed to have police protection. We follow our board meeting decisions are based on a majority.
You still needed to bring it before the entire board.
Is 4 out of 7.
But you didn't even
It
ask all
needs to
seven.
come before the whole board. We wouldn't have known about it if I didn't call the police chief and ask them.
No, I think you knew about it because they were
No, we
here.
didn't, because you didn't say anything until 2 days after I called the police chief. So I don't know,
No,
maybe
Trustee
somebody at the
Rosansky,
police
you're
office
confused.
called you.
You're confused. The police were here well before that. We
Yes,
had issues
we
well before
were
that.
not sure who asked them, and we weren't getting any answers. I had to call the police chief to find out that President Carolyn Derblick had requested them.
Well, I wasn't aware you were unaware because I have had
Oh, well,
conversations
it's
with
quite
many people.
apparent, Carolyn, because you
All
don't
right,
tell us
Trustee
much.
Rosansky, fine. I can't argue this month after month. You believe what you believe. I'm telling you I made the decision.
I believe what I know.
Trustee Olson, do you have any comments?
Well, yes. On page 18, Evans, Marshall, and Peace, the accounting firm, we spent $1,220 just for their analysis of an accounting system, which was totally a waste of money. We already have our own accounting that can do the same thing and does the same kind of work. On page 18, Heinzelman Law, $8,364 and odd cents just for July. Just for July, maybe a couple of August.
No.
I don't know. Just for 1 month?
Yep.
And when we hired her, it was for a labor attorney.
Right.
So was all this information and these questions for her and this time spent with her all about the labor, the union? I mean, I don't understand that. Page 19, Klein, Thorpe, and Jenkins, make me cry, $20,000. And that was one check. I hope that wasn't for 1 month.
Did you review the invoices? To see what the costs, what the costs were for? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
miscellaneous legal fees. That's what it said.
Is that what he said? Are you sure there was another detail page?
No, I didn't get one. Did we?
Okay.
Is that what you paid?
I
Did you
think
pay
you
us
have to
something?
request that specifically, I've seen that. Because I asked for it,
Oh,
but I don't know if it
Oh.
was sent to everyone.
I don't have. Did you pass something out?
Not
For
for
the-
Klein, Thorpe, and Jenkins.
Okay,
Actually, has-
20, was it for 1 month, $20,000? Oh my goodness.
Cindy,
I
can
thought
you-
I was reading
I
it
have
wrong.
I can read it if you want.
Do you
Okay.
have the invoice?
I do.
Can you explain to her what it's for?
Well, I can, but I don't know if I'm allowed to divulge specifics of that bill. I mean, I can tell you how much it is and what month it's for. I think that's public knowledge, but, you
Oh,
know,
that's a
I
good
think there's
point.
all kind of redactions that you would not want.
All right,
But
never mind.
basically, it is for 1
correct.
month
You're correct.
and mainly for FOIA requests.
Absolutely, and I think we need to realize how huge these FOIA requests are, and if you have friends who are requesting these FOIA requests, you may want to let them know how much it's costing the library. And when you think of how old some of this information is and how many months it includes, I'm not sure what we're gaining here. But yes, it's costing us $20,000 to satisfy everyone's requests.
Okay,
And
wait,
we have
I'm
never
talking.
had
This is
such
my-
exorbitant
my
FOIA
turn.
requests in the past. So it
You've
is,
never
it
had
is a
motion
hardship.
to the lawyer before either.
I'm still up.
Go ahead, go.
I have to just say that if you would listen to our residents and listen to the public and make some changes in your attitudes and your proposals, that maybe we wouldn't be in this FOIA situation. And besides the fact that we have FOIA people here who know, who've been approved for FOIA complication problems.
Well, that's true.
Why do you have to pick up the phone and call the lawyer? And we probably paid for him to come and to the meetings, I'm sure. That's all I could say is that's unacceptable when I saw that amount. And then the Stephen Yassel, the $700 that we paid him for his stint over here at the library. I hope we don't hire him again for anything else.
Well, I hope we use his
Because it wasn't
recommendations.
approved for him to come on that particular day. We didn't know anything about it.
He was approved to perform certain duties. I'm hoping that we consider his recommendations, though. We did some of them. We
Well,
did consider some
That,
of them.
you'll have to bring that up another time, because that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. And then, of course, the policemen. That, do you realize that's only for 2 times that they were here in July? So they were here in August, which means we owe the policemen more money. I don't know how much more. The last thing is, this is a corker. If you look at the page 30, where is it?
I can get the 30.
How do you get to 30?
Okay.
It's coming.
27, 28.
All these things astounded me when I look at these.
This one is this.
We spent 1% on professional development. We spent another 1% on professional collection of material, but yet we spent 98% on legal fees. Well, there goes our mission statement. Our mission statement: to engage, inform, to enrich, and to educate, but not our staff, because we're not spending any money. And we won't let them go to classes, we won't let them go to workshops, because we took their money away. And then talk about taking money away from our trustee expense, which we didn't even know about, but that paid for the.
No, but that was Joe's idea.
But that was taken out of our trustee professional development. And then we've already spent, and here it is, 65% of our COVID supplies, which probably will need much more than that. And then consultants, more money. It just astounds me how much money you're spending on items that are not what the library is all about.
You know, Trustee Olson, unfortunately, we did have a conversation a couple of months ago that we would be experiencing an increase in attorney's fees for a couple of reasons. Some other reasons have occurred that we didn't expect. But I think it sounds like it would be a good idea if the trustees would communicate more, probably not at a board meeting, but between board meetings, so we can stay abreast of what's going on, and your questions could be answered, and maybe I'm not giving you enough information, and I could provide you with that, so we can all have a more in-depth idea of what is happening, what hopefully will cease and get better, and what it looks like for us in the future.
Well, I do
Apparently,
hope
we
there are
not-
some changes. I would appreciate that.
But
Thank
I
you.
think
Okay.
besides just brushing me off, I think it's important that there be some dialogue, and we may want to consider it even 2 trustees get together, but I think at this point, in order to move forward, it seems we're missing a lot of communication or collaboration, and I'd like to come up with some, with the hope that we can do something between now and the next board meeting.
So like the 4 times that I've asked you to sit down with me in person and you have refused, that's what you're saying we can do now?
Okay, I will admit, when you want to meet me this week and it's not a
I've
good
never
week.
said that.
You told me you wanted to meet with me, and I told you I couldn't fit it in. You know, there are days I have 2 and 3 meetings.
I have asked you 4 times.
I know, and I'm
And all
sorry.
those times you're busy.
That whole.
So that's gonna change now.
Well, you're gonna have to work with me when I am available.
Okay, can we
You
move
know,
on?
I mean, I can't always be available just on
yeah.
your days. And
Right.
then you decided,
Okay.
when I couldn't meet in person, you didn't wanna talk on the phone.
No, I absolutely
That
will
was
not
my
speak on the
only-
phone with you.
Well, if you wanted to record my conversation with you to feel better, but that was the only option I had at that time.
So I'm just
And you
getting-
refused.
Okay,
pointing
I
out
thought we weren't
that-
supposed to be arguing back and forth, ladies.
No, I'm serious about trying to change this,
Great,
so.
I would really look forward to sitting down with
Could
you.
you call me or text me and say, these are the days I'm
No, I would
available?
prefer to via email, and an in-person is the best way to communicate because it's reliable and it's provable and everyone can see it and hear it and it's transparent.
So I need to email you to schedule an appointment?
Sure,
You
yeah.
can't text me?
I would rather not, no, because
Okay, well,
it's on
I-
your
I-
personal phone and not FOIAble, according to.
Okay, well, I rarely look at my email, but
Well,
I'll try
that's
to,
probably not a good thing either. As board
Well, I
president, you
don't- I
should be
don't-
checking your board email.
all day long. I don't have
No,
that.
I'm not
I don't-
asking you to do it all day long.
I don't check it all day long,
I-
just not me.
How about once or twice a week?
Oh, yeah,
Not
absolutely.
expecting a response immediately.
Absolutely.
Great, then we are set.
Or you email me and we'll see what we can do. And you know what? I hope that by next month, we could eliminate some of this anger that seems to exist
I think
between
if we
us.
sit down together, that's part of the point.
Okay, good. Works for me.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So you're emailing me, correct?
I will email
All right,
you.
great. All right, I think next in line, trustee Keen Adams, you're up.
Yes. I would like to call some attention to some of the bills, probably the same ones that have already been named, but, the first bill for Yissel Missile, I would like to pull out, and I remember that in May, the bill for BEC was pulled aside and held for payment, and we didn't pay that bill at that time, so what I would like to do tonight is pull the bill for Yissel Missile out to not be paid, because I think that whole thing was preposterous in the beginning, and the work that he did, you know, maybe we could discuss paying him for the 2 hours that he was here, but the other 5 hours I don't think really merit $500. That's a discussion for another time possibly. The bill for Heinzelman I would like to be pulled out also because, actually, I have Cindy made copies for all the trustees of her detailed bill because it's not at all just about union and labor laws. There's a lot of other things in here that should not be handled by her. And I tried to ask questions about that. She won't speak to me still. She will not respond to me, which is ridiculous. I asked you about one of the things and it took you 12 days to get back to me and it still didn't give me any more information than what was in there.
And you email that one email that I go on and I get thrown off, so I can only do the best I can with it. That's why I suggested that other one to you.
So I don't think we should pay her bill unless we can have, I want to know what all the things are that are on there. I want all the trustees to realize what's going on here because the things that we are using her for are not what we talked about and definitely not necessary, in my opinion. So I would like to hold that bill. The Evans, Marshall, and Pease bill, $1,220, was cited as a bill for an analysis of accounting systems.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that,
Seen what?
the analysis.
Oh,
So I would like to see that before we pay them. So I would like those 3 bills put aside when we're voting. I don't want to vote on paying those. And the police, I do want to pay because I also value my city and I want the police to be paid. I value their work, but I don't agree with it being in the trustee line item. And we made that clear at the last meeting, Joe, when you brought that up, that it would go there, that that was not appropriate. And it's way over the $500 that was budgeted in that line item anyway. So that needs to go somewhere else.
okay, I'm sorry.
That's it.
Okay, so what is the motion then? The motion is to pay all the bills. Now we're changing the motion.
Well, I'm doing what Joe did in May. He proposed to hold the bill, and then we voted on that action. So what we could do is vote to hold these bills, and then vote on the list, because that's what happened in May.
So we're voting, okay, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna vote to hold these bills?
Mhm.
Okay, then, well, that's what I'm
The-
trying to do. I wanna separate
And
it. Okay.
specifically, which bills, okay?
Yissel Missile,
Okay.
Heinzelman, and Evans, Marshall, and Pease,
Okay.
until reviewed. Not
Until
indefinitely.
review, not permanently,
Right.
just until the review?
I definitely believe in paying people for the work they've done, but I need to understand what was done and see it before I pay them.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so the motion then, or it's an amended motion to remove the payments for Heinzelman,
Evans,
Yisel,
Marshall,
Missel,
and Pease, and Yisel Missile.
and then Pease and Marshall? Okay, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Do we need a second?
Oh, yes, sorry, I need a movement and.
And I will,
second. Yes.
are you making the movement?
Oh, yeah, or I don't think I can.
Becky, did you
Yes,
make the
yes,
movement?
I make that movement.
Okay,
I second it.
all right, so the motion is to remove.
For review.
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Ozensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane Adams?
Yes. So then we are going to be forced to decide whether or not to pay all the bills.
So the motion failed.
Right.
So the next motion would be the original motion, which was,
I have a problem with this for a couple of reasons.
I'm sorry, did you want to, I don't know, who was that? Did someone have something to say?
I just said I have a problem, unlike some people, with not paying bills, because I just do. But, that's all.
Okay, so the motion now, do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $173,926.43 and payroll expenses of $277,180.14 for a monthly expense total of $451,106.57?
So moved.
Okay, Margaret, could you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Ozensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
I'd like to make can I make an amendment to this?
No,
or
No.
it's already,
Not.
no.
It's not a different one? So no.
No. Trustee Keane Adams?
No.
Passes.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. The next.
I said yes under protest, so anybody wants to know.
The next item on the agenda is number 7, trustee reports. Okay. For the president's report, I had a couple of things I'd like to share. I would like to congratulate Sasha Basilic for the September 11th, 2001 exhibit titled The Day That Changed the World. The exhibit includes vivid pictures of the attacks and that day, along with personal accounts from individuals. In addition, I would like to commend Cecilia Signar, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, for hosting the 9/11 survivor Thomas Jones, how he escaped the South Tower. His story brought us into the South Tower with him that day. We were also reminded of the human capacity for compassion we share for one another, even among strangers. Thank you, Sasha and Cecilia, for a job well done in providing these 9/11 events for our library patrons. I would like to mention that there are some webinars by the Attorney General's office. I believe all the trustees, you received emails. They're actually on 2 important topics: Open Meetings Act, better understanding and compliance. I do believe, though, there's only one left, and it's tomorrow. I don't know if you're free or if you're interested, but maybe you could sneak in a last-minute registration.
I think there's some October dates as well.
for that particular one? I didn't see it.
For the Open Meetings Act, I think, in October.
Oh, I thought for, here, I have it right here, I think. I have it.
But I did speak with them the other day, and this, although this is a very helpful workshop, it does not take the place of the actual training that the board needs, and unfortunately, that website is still not up.
Oh.
So you'll have to wait for that. But it is they're very interesting and helpful workshops from
From the Attorney General?
Yeah.
Right, now, Cindy, I'm looking at this, it says Open Meetings Act was September 1st and September 16th, but FOIA for public bodies is October 7th and October 14th. So unless you have more information than I have.
Well, I sent out what I had, so maybe
Okay.
the October dates were for FOIA.
Okay, so I would just like to suggest if anyone is available to definitely, participate, because the information is valuable, but you're right, the training is much better. And that's all I have. So next would be trustees. Trustee McCool, I never call on you. Do you have any trustee comments? I forget.
No, I have a treasurer's comment when
Okay,
we're ready
that's
for
fine. How
that.
about trustee Schoenfeld?
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes. Our knit list is going strong. We had 5 new people at our meeting on Monday. I would also like to talk about Chapter 1. It was stated by a board officer that $5.6 million was spent last year on salaries and benefits. When what was really the amount spent was $3,360,000 for salaries and $758,000 for benefits, which it turns out to be $1,482,000 less than what was quoted. Thank you.
Trustee Rosansky, I'm unclear. What is it you're speaking to?
What was written in Chapter 1?
Okay, the comment in Chapter 1 had to do with salaries and benefits since the first closing of the library due to COVID. So it's not just for last year. So that's why the number is
It
different
was
than.
very deceiving.
Okay, well, no, it explained during COVID, and COVID started in 20, I believe. March, okay, so that's where the difference is, because I calculated it over and over very carefully, but I just didn't want you to think it was an intentional misrepresentation. It represented more than the year because it covered the entire COVID period. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. Trustee Olson?
Yes, last month I had stated that I would share some of the information that I received from the webinar. So I'm just going to give you a real short top information packet. If you all check your library email, you'll see that I have sent you a message which are directions to search for Rails succession planning.
Yes, thank you.
On YouTube. You'll also find another roundtable discussion for trustees on YouTube. And they're both very interesting. As a matter of fact, there might even be 3 or 4. I also listened to the strategic planning webinar for trustees, and both of these discussions offered concrete ways to proceed with library planning. You know, we'll be doing strategic planning, long-range planning soon, or probably should be doing it now, I don't know. The webinar emphasized the importance of having both plans in operation. Most importantly, of course, is communication. Communication with staff, communication with the board, especially communication with the community. It should be a continuous evolving plan that is reviewed frequently. One of their suggestions was to put aside some time at a regular board meeting, like 15 minutes for a few meetings, to build a plan or to talk about it, because you have to have the same ideas if you're going to produce a strategic plan. Something to consider for us trustees, because we don't seem to be working together very well. So you'll find more specific information if you go on YouTube. It's worthwhile to look at the Rails webinars. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Olson. Trustee Keen Adams.
Yeah, I have a question and a couple comments on the fall newsletter. I know this came out, I think, in time for our last meeting, but I wasn't ready for it then. On the front page of it, it says Sundays are back, and I'm wondering how this went to print before we actually voted on that. Because this actually came out before we voted on the hours of the library, so how did that manage to get to print?
I don't understand your question. You're wondering why it was printed so quickly, or?
No, this, and maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but this was printed, or was sent to print with the information that Sundays were back before the board voted to have those hours back.
I think the hours were.
Because we voted on that at the last meeting, right?
No, weren't the hours 66 and you just didn't have Sundays?
Right, we didn't have Sundays.
We changed the hours to start on Sunday. So we voted on that in August.
But this was already out then, was it not, or
Yeah.
at print?
Wasn't it printed prior to the last meeting?
I thought Sasha was
He
here.
was here, yeah.
He left. Yeah, so I believe it has to be at the printer something like 2 weeks before the first of the month. So since the first of the month, September 1st, 2 weeks before that would be like the 17th or 16th of August for delivery to mailboxes at that point.
Right, so,
I think I sent an email out to the trustees. I'll have to go back and check.
But so you're questioning, we didn't agree with Sundays or
I'm
something?
questioning how the information got out to the public when we hadn't voted on it yet.
Well, you mean we didn't approve the budget?
We didn't approve the change in the hours before this went. This went out saying we're gonna be open on Sundays, but we had not voted that yet.
Okay, I don't know that we voted to be open on Sundays.
We
just-
voted- Yes, we did. Yes,
We
last
voted
month.
to change the schedule, but I think when we
Voted
were
for the change
discussing
in
the
hours.
budget and they were talking about hours, Joe did say that you can switch the hours to however you want them. If you want Sundays, then you would do something with the weekdays. So I think we were in agreement we were having.
We had to
Sundays.
actually vote on it at the last meeting.
So
No,
I
we
think-
voted on her specific schedule change.
I believe that I sent an email out to all the trustees saying this is going in the newsletter, then these are the hours, to give you a heads up, to
Oh.
see if anybody objected to it. But I'll go back and check on that. But I'm
Oh,
pretty
that could
sure I
be.
sent an email that this is what was, that would needed to go to the printer, and these were the hours that the staff had decided on. But I'll go back and check my email.
Yeah,
And when did you say you thought we voted on that?
at the August 18th meeting.
Okay, so we voted on the new schedule, yes. And I thought that was because we went from 9 o'clock to 8:30 or 7 o'clock?
We went from 9 to 9:30 and,
Okay.
and closing at 8:30 instead of 9.
Okay, but did
So we
that,
could be open on Sunday, 5
Oh.
hours on Sunday.
so there's an issue with that?
Well, yeah, the issue is how can we tell the public something if we haven't voted on it yet? We don't know that it's happening if we haven't voted on it, so why would we tell that?
Well, I think we were aware we were opening Sundays because they wanted it for summer. This was this constant, this argument that was going on, and then.
I just feel
we
like it's
finally-
misrepresentation, you know, like you're saying something, or we are saying something, and it wasn't actually true yet.
So
I don't know if it's
Sunday started
misrepresentation.
in September. It started just this past, was the first
Right.
Sunday, September 12th, yeah. So we weren't open, we hadn't started those hours at the board meeting.
We hadn't even affirmed that we were gonna have Sunday
Right.
hours until the meeting.
Right.
So,
So what you're saying is in the future, then that publication wouldn't have gone out with September
it
hours?
wouldn't have, right, that would have not, should have not been out there, because it wasn't.
But I think marketing works ahead.
Let me check the email.
With what we need
because
to
I'm
do.
pretty
Okay.
sure there would have been the option to pull it back if it hadn't passed. So I will check with Sasha on that.
Okay,
Either send you an email letting you know that this had to go to the printer.
right.
or whatever, I'll go back and
Yeah,
check.
Okay.
I wouldn't, all right, that's fine.
And then a couple comments on the letter in here also. We welcome seniors' suggestions for upcoming events. The only suggestions that I remember hearing during our board meetings from the seniors are to have yoga, but you're not listening to those suggestions, and here you are saying you are, so.
Why are we not listening to yoga?
My understanding is that the yoga has been cut, is that not true?
No, we've been signing checks
We
for
have
yoga
doing it?
for a month.
Well, we're still doing yoga, but
Okay.
we have not negotiated a new contract because it was the understanding that because the fitness center was doing yoga, that we wouldn't necessarily continue it. But the contract is, the prior contract, we're running out. She was kind enough to reduce her fee for the final parts of it, but we have not negotiated a new contract.
So are we planning on doing that?
That would be up to Cindy. I believe we didn't cut yoga.
I thought it was cut
We
out
weren't
of the
going to
budget.
cut it.
Yeah, I think it does specifically.
Yeah. Joe
I'm
wanted to
sorry,
cut,
what?
but Joe specifically cut that program.
They were saying you cut yoga, didn't we said 100
I,
times?
no, I don't believe we cut it in the end.
No,
And,
we
and
didn't.
what happened is the yoga instructor cut her price for an hour from $120 to $60.
She did do that,
Yeah,
but
so
Yeah,
why
because
would
she
we
was
cut it?
probably
That meant
afraid
we
she was
couldn't
gonna
move
lose the
forward.
job altogether. So
Well-
can we go ahead forward with that contract then
well,
and
it
get
sounds
that
like
set
it,
up?
yeah.
Yeah, we
Great.
made it clear we weren't cutting senior programs.
Well, and, unless I had brought that up right now, the program would have been canceled because the staff is going on the premise that when you guys say this stuff, although it's not written down in stone, that that's what they should do.
Well, then you know what?
I mean, it's
since-
kind of like the press policy. It's not actually a policy, but they're working again, with that because they're afraid if they don't, they're gonna get in trouble.
Well, that press is something else. I'm more concerned about this right now. So you're saying that we're unclear. I mean, we've had conversations after conversations when the public was saying we're cutting this for, and I repeatedly said we weren't.
Do you-
So
But
Cindy,
it's
maybe,
clear right now.
maybe we
You
need to,
said you weren't going to cut home services to the homebound.
or senior programs. So we need to talk about what you and the staff view the budget is doing to make sure that this doesn't fall through the wayside.
The only program I believe we cut was the introduction about the opening on Sundays. And that
Oh,
was
yeah,
just one.
that's-
One program,
Yeah,
which was
that-
on a Sunday.
Yeah,
That's it.
that celebration or.
It was a celebration type thing. It
So
wasn't,
every other program is good to go.
Well,
every other
no,
program
I don't know.
exists.
We'll need, that's too general of a statement. You need to tell us what we're talking about. We're talking about, that program has nothing to do with seniors.
no, but I mean, everything else still exists for the seniors, and we didn't cut any senior
Okay,
programs.
so he's talking about seniors.
programs.
So,
Okay.
but let's still, Cindy, I like things black on white, so I know what I'm talking about.
This is the kind of meeting I think more than one person should be involved in, so.
Absolutely. You wanna
know,
come? That's fine.
Yeah, great. I would love to.
This one's fine, yeah.
Or at least, a mixture of the board. It doesn't have to be me, it doesn't have to be you, but a mixture so that it's not all one-sided. Or so that
Well,
we
there-
are understanding each other and all clear on the same things, I
Okay,
think
well,
would be
but-
very
but
valuable.
remember, we can't be one-sided. The budget was passed and I want to know what it said, so, I mean, there definitely is, we really need to
I
work
think,
together.
you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
So we
no, I
need
know what
to-
you're saying.
Yes,
That's
we
fine.
do need to work
So
together.
she and I will meet with
Unfortunately,
you
it's not happening too well.
All right, we'll pick a time when we could just touch base with this and make sure we understand.
But again, that's the kind of meeting, like, if you're gonna be there, that's great, but if you and Joe or you and Suzanne are there with them, we're gonna balk. And
Well,
vice
you-
versa. If it was
but here's-
Patty and Diane and them, I don't think you guys would be happy. We need to work together.
I know, but you need to understand when Sue and I tried to meet with Greg about the budget, we had to get specific things done, and we couldn't even ask him questions. My concern was the public had feelings that we didn't have enough money in the budget. I know how the budget goes from the budget to the levy, and there are some changes in the numbers. I needed to talk to Greg. And when you showed up with Patty, and we had to cancel that meeting, we have yet to approve, to sign the budget.
Right, but at that time, you
That was
also.
a meeting you couldn't come to, because we needed to sign off and discuss.
Excuse me.
But we could have talked
I
later.
was under the understanding,
what I
the
mean?
way you
But
called
other
that,
than that,
Carolyn,
it's fine.
Carolyn, the way you called it a budget meeting, technically, weren't you going to sign the budget and not have a meeting? You should have just said, we're coming to sign the budget, not we're coming for a budget meeting. The budget was already negotiated.
I needed, and still need to sit down and understand the numbers. I can't change them, but I want to understand them, and I have other questions about the overall budget and everything we're funding that only Greg could answer, especially since the next step is the levy. So that was the point of it, and then we would have signed. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay. All right, back to this.
So I'd like to know ahead of time what other programs are not going, or anything that's not going to be continued.
At this point,
At this point, yeah, I'm confused what's going to be happening and what's not. I mean,
I think everyone is confused. I mean, I think
Okay,
the staff
I
is
agree.
confused too, so it really needs to be clarified. And there's something in here that says we're going to pursue private financial support through foundations, endowments, and contributor programs,
Yes,
which sounds okay, but
that's a lot of work. And
What-
I would
what
love to get some
information-
support.
that's not been given any information on that. I don't know what that is about.
Oh, I'd love to talk to you about it.
Right.
Actually, I was thinking maybe you could run with it, but we could certainly talk with that, about that.
Okay, that's, it for the newsletter. Let me see if there's anything else. That's it for now.
Okay, so, that's the trustees' reports. Okay, next, trustee, the treasurer's report. Trustee McCullough, please.
Yes. August is the second month of the budget year. Revenue was $105,127. Salaries for August were $282,817, and employee benefits were $68,157, for a total of $350,974 for the month of August. Material purchases were $18,228. In the first 2 months of the budget year, the total was $114,306, which is $3,946 over budget. Part of that is that we purchased heavily in July on e-books and subscriptions, and less in August, and we're kind of went a little bit over there. August operating expenses were $8,264. For the budget year, they are $63,718, which is $10,455 below budget. General and administrative expenses were $38,378. The total for the budget year is $62,562, which is $10,365 above budget. Utility costs for August were $7,744, $902 below budget. There were no capital funds spent in August. In the category of building and equipment expenses, we paid out $4,336, $9,259 less than budgeted for. But part of that will be, later on, we're going to be discussing an air conditioning unit, which will probably cover that surplus we had there. Total expenditures for August were $449,394. The year-to-date total expenditure is $1,064,309, which is $41,641 below the budgeted amount.
Okay, thank you, Trustee McCullough. Next on the agenda, director's report. Cindy.
Okay, so you did find the library highlights in your packet, and it is also online. That's the monthly department reports.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I've also handed you the policy 4.02, position opening resignation. It's also on page 47 of the packet. So I wanted to talk about this. It was something that was just passed in May, and I reviewed it with the supervisors, and they found it very helpful because, you know, we don't always read the policies as in-depth as maybe we should. So I just wanted to be clear that everybody understood what this policy actually means for the library. So there are 2 points at which the board action is required in this policy. And in paragraph 1, it says that the board has to state its intent to fill a vacancy that's created by a resignation or a termination. So the first thing, you know, is that the board has to say, yes, we want to fill this position. And then at the bottom, under appointments, it actually says that the appointments to the staff shall be made by the library director subject to the approval of the board. So there are, you know, sort of 2 points built in 2 board meetings that have to happen in order for a vacancy to be filled. So it sort of stretches out the timeline. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that this is what this policy says. And so I plan to every month at least bring current changes to the staff and also to talk about how the hiring freeze may be affecting services. So that's an update that I'm going to give. So we recently had another resignation announcement in patron services. We have a staff member that will be leaving September 24th, and that will be vacating 17 additional hours. So the total amount of patron services hours that are now reduced from the budget on a weekly basis, we're down 52 hours a week in patron services, and that's for part-time people. So last month we talked quite a bit about digital services, and both patron services and digital services are very busy departments with very detailed circulation functions. Digital services that checks in and out the equipment, which is actually more time consuming than a book or a DVD or a CD, because all of the items have to be checked and make sure that they're there and they're in working order, ready for the next person. So digital services, as Susie mentioned last month, excuse me, is operating with 83 less hours per week. And they're down 3 people in their department. And then she also mentioned that in December there will be a staff member going on parental leave as well. So we're going to be looking closely at the services that we're providing or able to provide at these staffing levels, and I will return each month with updates. But again, we are being governed by policy 4.02, and I just wanted everybody to be aware of that, right? I'm concerned about the maintenance department as well. If you remember, in the budget workshops, there was a conversation about the supervisor retiring and how the plan was to sort of split that position. And it was budgeted to replace the supervisor with a part-time person, a full-time person, and then give the supervisory duties to another person. So with the built-in time frame, right, the retirement is coming in December, we have this built-in time frame from 4.02, and so I'm just, you know, I would like to post the position. You know, the labor market is pretty intense these days, and I would just like to be sure that we have enough time to get somebody in, you know, to do a search, to find a qualified person, and to get them in before December. So there's no action items in my report, but I just want you to be aware that we're looking at this very closely to make sure that we can sufficiently fill this position in time to be prepared for the retirement.
All of the positions, or which position?
Well, particularly the maintenance department. We're looking at patron services because, you know, that is 52 hours a week down in patron services and 83 hours a week down in digital services. There is just one vacancy, if I'm recalling, in maintenance. Do you remember? I think there's just currently one vacancy
That's correct.
in maintenance.
But it's not a vacancy, it was eliminated.
Oh, so that was in the budget, so that was not going to be filled. Okay, I'm sorry.
Cindy, can I just ask for clarification?
Sure.
Could you explain again, did you say, for the maintenance department, the decision was to replace a full-time person?
It was to replace, split Dave's duties, but to hire a full-time maintenance coordinator. Oh, sorry. To replace the supervisor, but to hire a
supervisor-
full-time maintenance coordinator.
Okay, so the supervisor is Dave, correct?
Yeah, I guess we're not supposed to use names.
Oh, geez, sorry. Okay, so the head of the department is supervisor.
Mhm.
What's a coordinator?
Well, that would be the new position. It would be titled a coordinator.
And what would that person do?
Well, we don't have those, I don't have those details yet.
Is there a
I believe
need
they're
for a
working for it.
coordinator to do something specific?
Yeah, it would be to make sure they're overseeing all of the work of the other people in the department, and also having some of the specialized skills that the supervisor currently has.
Okay,
So-
I thought when they presented at the workshop, the plan was for Rich and IT to oversee the department. What happened to that aspect of it?
Well, I don't think anything has happened to that. I think that's part of the plan, but I'm just bringing this, just keeping it
Well,
on
I
the
know, I'm just
table and
trying to
making you aware of it.
understand. So if he's overseeing the facilities department, then what is the coordinator overseeing? I don't understand the.
Right, and I don't have that detail yet
Oh.
either, but it was, you know, presented in the workshop that it would be split. So my concern is that, you know, it's already the middle of September, and so we only have a few months, you know, just to make sure. So I'm just going to keep this on the table, and I'll be back next month
Okay,
with
no, I'm
more
trying to figure out-
information.
We're trying to, what we need to fill. So we need to fill a full-time coordinator we don't know yet for sure what all he's doing.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Cindy, the way I understood it when the two of them were talking to us was that if they had something where they had a talk, because since the other one from tech, or from technical service, I
IT?
think, yeah, since he works so closely with them anyway, he was going to be what you consider the supervisor.
Yes.
But they needed somebody to actually do the work.
Right, yes,
Like
thank you,
Dave-
yes.
Oh, excuse me. The person now does
work
the actual
elements.
work as well as supervises. This person would get paid less because they'd just be doing the work.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you have more to share?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
If we want to have someone in that position in December, let's just go backwards for a minute. So the board, according to 4.02, needs to approve that person in November then. Is that correct, at our November meeting? So that they can start working in December? So that goes back.
It's for January.
No, it's for December, right?
Well,
Or is
the,
it January?
You'll need some overlap
Just-
so that they become familiar
Yeah,
with the
so he knows
systems
all
and
the-
and start to understand the maintenance routines before the actual retirement date.
Okay, so we need to approve the person in November. So that means, really, right now, the job description and the ad should be going out now, right?
Well, they have to determine the job. They haven't done that yet.
So
Yeah.
that needs to happen now, though, so that we can get it out in time for, like, posting.
yes, I definitely would like to
Quickly.
bring that on into the October meeting. And
Okay.
and, you know, we'll have the details, the, you know, the job descriptions and
And then just,
that.
I'm sorry, just in terms of the overlap that Greg just mentioned, if it took longer than at the December board meeting, you could approve this person and have more time to,
But then the other
Review.
person in that position now will be gone and there won't be any overlap, right?
well, I'm thinking if we approve it the second week, so there's 2 weeks of overlap, is that not enough? What were you thinking of?
So if you're hiring somebody, they're not going to walk out of their job on the day that they get notified that, they got the job.
You're right, you're right.
They're
My
gonna give some
mistake.
level of notice.
You're right, I was just trying to
And
expand.
even if they did, let's say they're unemployed and they accepted the job, the last 2 weeks of December are Christmas and New Year's. I mean, there's probably, there's only a handful of days where you'd be actually working.
And they have to go through the background check.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, the
there's things
background
that
check
have- there's a lot of hurdles.
isn't that terrible, but, let's, it's during the holiday season. I don't know specifically what the holiday schedules are, but I think it's a good bet that, a lot of people will be taking off during that period of time.
So would it be more prudent to move ahead as soon as we are able with the process and then give the start date as whatever that start date needs to be, but have it in place so that it's ready to go when it needs to?
Yeah.
Instead of waiting until October to, you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of waiting to get this moving, let's get it going so that we have it in place when we need it, instead of, here comes the end of December and we've got nothing.
You mean the start date? Is that what you're asking?
Right, so let's have Cindy, or whoever it is that needs to get the job description going, have it reviewed if need be, post it, start getting people in for interviews as soon as we can. That doesn't mean we have to hire them before December, but if we are interviewing people and saying, this is the start date that we're looking at, it's all understood, and we're all ready to go, and we're not.
Well, right now it's September 15th. I
Mhm.
think this job description or this position needs to be created and documented and brought to the October meeting. And then based on what she brings to us, we can have that conversation and go with your dates or whatever at that point.
Is that gonna
Right
be
now,
enough
we have
time?
nothing though.
So, right, there's no motion here to declare the vacancy, right? So, but I'm just putting it out there, we can bring that paperwork to next month and make sure that, we are ready, because that will be October, and then see if we can at least post it and see what is out there. and what we
Mhm.
Can I just mention that anytime that Ms. Lemke hired somebody, we didn't vote on?
Well, you didn't have
The policy was
4.02.
changed.
The policy, there's a new policy, that's why I'm bringing it up here.
It was changed
Oh,
after the
is
new board
it-
got in here.
That's not what you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's the new policy.
Well, at the top, then this part wasn't changed. The director will establish a procedure.
No, but
Well,
what was
that's
changed was everything
after.
that says the board in there. It was
The
changed. in
very
order.
first sentence where it says the board.
Selection would be, it says selection of the final candidate to be recommended to the Board of Trustees.
Right, so yes.
For
we'll do the
hiring.
interviewing, we'll
Okay.
determine.
So the
candidate,
final candidate.
Do the background
would
check,
come back
and
to
then it
us.
would come as a recommendation to the board.
Okay, can I
But
make,
not,
are you, go
well,
ahead.
but not the selection of the,
Well, it is changed now to that because that's what they changed it
but,
to.
well, the top is not changed, so it's all screwy.
So the first line is just the vacancy has to be declared. It's not that you're participating in the selection between the candidates, you're just declaring your desire to fill the vacancy. So you're declaring the vacancy, which, then we go out and we look for someone or post it or whatever, and then determine the best candidate. We come back and make the recommendation to the board that we would like to hire this candidate. That's the way I'm reading 4.02. If I'm not reading it correctly, you can let me know, but that's the interpretation, of
Okay,
the way I'm reading it. So
Cindy?
what
But
it
in-
doesn't clarify for me is what happens internally. Like if we want to make internal moves, right? We want to put an inside person into a new position.
Doesn't
That's
it
not
have to be
addressed here at
posted
all, so
first?
that's something we're able to do without coming to the board. Is that correct?
No,
What-
I don't have any of the document.
4.02, I
I'm trying to
laid on your
think.
table there.
I'm trying to think what you're actually asking, but just before we move into that, just back to, the key here though is, you're talking about a position in the facilities, in the maintenance department, that you need to create, we don't know what it's for yet, and that you are bringing to the board.
Yes, I'll bring
Okay.
the details because I'm asking you to authorize the vacancy, to fill, to express
we
your
do
intent
that
to fill
now?
the vacancy.
Well, we're creating a new position, he's called a coordinator, which isn't something that we have
It is a new
currently.
position, right?
So that information is what I want to make sure that's coming to the October board meeting. So then we know what we're trying to fill here. And then, of course, there is the process of, of how you go forward, which is pretty much what you expressed.
Right, and then for, if there was someone internally that we wanted to move into another position, we're free to do that. That's my reading of this, because it doesn't address internal moves in 4.02.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
my question is, since last month it was brought to our attention about the 83 hours a week, at least we should, the description because the person left at the end of the month, we should post that, in my opinion. So that way we get somebody in there at least for that, her assistant manager or whatever that position is called.
Assistant head of
And then you
individual
still have
services.
another full-time position that is needed. I don't know if, I don't know because it seems like we are short so many staff that you could get that from inside. So that, in my opinion, should probably be posted too, since she's down 83 hours a week. Or were they part-time positions? Because I know, like you said, patron service is part-time.
Yeah,
Patron services is part-time, digital services is a mixture of full-time and part-time.
I know they have at least one part-time, but is that one of the ones they have to replace, or is it just the full-timers?
Well, you know, it,
Or can it be split? Because I think.
let me put it
Go ahead.
this way. Across the board, and particularly in these departments, the question is starting to come up about how to continue the service levels that we started the year without hiring more people, because there have been a number of departures. And if you look at, for example, digital services losing 83 hours a week, that translates to about 4,500 hours, which is a little more than 2 full-time equivalents, which is pretty significant. The other thing you have to consider is when you lose a part-time employee, you're losing 100% of desk time, essentially, because when a part-time employee comes in, they're on the desk almost 100% of the time.
Okay.
Full-time employees have other duties. If it's in adult services, for example, or youth services, their off-desk, off-public desk duties include things like making selections for purchases to add to the collection, and they also include programming duties, setting up things like the 9/11 exhibit and, the person for the presentation that we had last night.
And I know Susie's department has a lot of programming.
They have a number of programs. They have
Plus,
programs.
they also help a lot with people who are just down there with the technology.
Right, so,
So
the people that they're helping downstairs, I mean, that's part of their desk duties, but, the programs on Nitwits, for example, or, Excel, or word processing,
Or
or
the one they
whatever.
had just this week on taxes.
Right.
Yeah.
That I was
All of
signed up
those,
for.
all of those things have got to be, planned, and have got to be set up, and then they have to be monitored when they're run.
So what I'm saying,
So,
I would like.
let me
Go
finish
ahead,
answering.
Go ahead, finish.
So when you say, do they really need, or, have questions, along those lines, I think, the real question is, what services do you want to offer, and for how many hours per week do you want to offer them? I think if you look at digital services to, continue down that line, especially with the paternity leave that's coming up in the short term, it's getting dire.
Okay.
They may reach a point where some of the hours down on that floor are unmoderated,
Okay.
which means that if
All
somebody has,
kinds of stuff to happen.
well, if somebody has a problem, they can't print, or they lose something, or they want to know how to format something, they won't be able to get the help that they need unless they're there when somebody is there at the desk, and it's usually two people that are,
Yes, I know,
on that desk.
because I'm down there a lot, so I know.
Yeah. So thank you.
My question, or my motion, if I'm allowed to make one, is that we you work on putting it together, whatever has to be put out for the assistant for Susie, or for that department, and also for one full-time person for that department. That it's put out, that we're saying, yes, okay, put it out so we get people to apply for them.
So I would like to
make that
bring-
motion. Would somebody like to second that motion?
Put it out motion
It's-
today.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, then.
it's not on the
When are we
agenda.
going to be able to say that? When are we going to able to tell you, yes, do that? That's my question.
And I don't have an answer for that, but I'm going to just continue to update you every month on the situation. So
Can I
that's
just ask
where we're at,
one
yes.
favor of you, probably the 100th favor of you? Do you think you could email the trustees the positions that we're speaking of that are open? We're talking 83 hours here and X number of hours somewhere else. Could you just tell us the department, and then what those positions are titled, and then the hours associated with them?
Sure.
So I have an idea of what it is we're showing as vacant, that
Yep.
you're
Last
considering to
month, we
fill.
were told 37 hours for the assistant for that particular department.
37 and a half.
37 and a half, excuse me.
Mhm.
And the other person I also
This is a
believe was at
30-hour,
30,
there's a
yes.
30-hour vacancy there as well. So I will do that. The other, I just wanted to mention,
But I think it's ridiculous that she has to wait another full month before she could put out an ad to get people to apply for this position. We should give her the permission to at least get the ad ready to put out there, so that we can talk about this at the next meeting, after we've already got people that they've interviewed. How long do we have to let digital services suffer?
Well, right now, we need to get the information from Cindy about what the positions are, and then the next step would be to identify the voids. And then we go
Okay.
from there.
thank you.
So let me understand, what is the purpose then of the freeze was to not hire anyone else when we get these vacancies, and then, are we waiting to see, if we really need to fill those vacancies, or what?
Well, I think
What's
it would
the
be a good
idea behind it?
Well, it would be a good idea to understand where the voids are and where we're short, for what purpose, and then determine how to move forward, but we don't have any of that information.
Carolyn,
Well, we can get that information right now.
Carolyn, what I was going to say is for patron services, those are part-time employees. We were just told that part-time employees, that's desk hours. So taking people away from the desk is taking people away from our patrons.
Well, patron services may not fall under the desk example. They're more hands-on in the back and in.
Well, they're the
No.
greeter, they're at that desk when you walk in, they're the first people you see
They're
to
the
say
first people
hello,
you
and
see. They're
that's
patron
the
services.
department
That's a
that
good
does
point.
that.
Yeah, the person that's.
Says hello, yeah,
that's there
definitely.
sometimes. A greeter or an employee?
They're not a greeter. They greet people, but they're an employee
Mhm.
at the front desk there.
Mhm.
And
They're all
Okay,
part-timers, so there's no insurance or any of the benefits. They're part-timers. They should be hired.
So it seems like we're just waiting, and we're gonna let all these people go, and we're gonna have all these vacancies, and we're not gonna replace anyone, and we're gonna let it keep going until we get to the point where we're barely functioning, and then what? I mean, I don't know, because no plan has ever been expressed what the final plan is. That we keep hearing that you have this plan, not you personally, in general. What is the plan? What is the plan with this?
Well, the plan is to identify positions that aren't filled, what the shortcomings are with these positions and the tasks that need to be done.
We already know that.
We don't know anything, we're just talking.
Susie told us last month.
Again, these are all verbal conversations, you know, and there's a way to go
That's not
about
right.
this where you can have information to help you facilitate the next steps.
This is gonna
Can we
cripple the
do
library.
it right now?
No, I don't know
Can we
that it-
talk about
I don't
it?
know that it will if we look at the library with the intentions of what can we do to help it survive. I mean, there are other ways to look at this, and we haven't
Okay, what
discussed
do you-
anything.
What
What
are
are
you
positions is a
thinking?
wonderful way to help it survive, Carolyn.
Okay,
So I'll just continue with my report, thank you. You might have noticed on the financial statements that the per capita grant arrived, so there was 84,000 put there in the per capita grant, 84,494. And so when you apply for the per capita grant, you have to say what that money is going to be used for. So I just wanted to mention to the board what the application actually said. So the money will be used improving our interior signage and wayfinding, website redevelopment, which was mostly paid out of last year's grant, but some will be paid out of this year's grant as well, technology supplies and equipment, programs, additional ebooks and e-audiobooks, our program calendar and app through Communico, so that's a yearly payment, updating collections that get out of date quickly, such as test prep books and such. So I just wanted to update you on that. The other things that were in the
Is that-
packet,
Is
I'm
that
sorry.
in this?
I'm not sure what you're looking at. The 8,000 is in the financials, the 84,000.
She's
Is
asking
the
the verbiage
detail of what
that you
it's
just
being used
read.
for?
Oh, no, I can send that to you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm hoping soon I will be able to get it together enough to have my report in the board packet. I just haven't got there yet. And so then the other things here were the list of programs. And also there was some statistics, and there was the parking survey that I had done with the staff to get some feedback and, let them have, express their opinions about how they felt about the parking. Also, in the last page of the survey was very helpful information, their comments, especially regarding some of the hazard of crossing this street there, and where there are the two traffic lights, and people are always looking at Waukegan and often missing that there's a red light, and they run the red light. We've had staff have very close encounters there. And so I wanted to draw your attention to that. I did call Mark Ruiz, the Fifth Third Branch manager, where we have in the past had parking available for big events. We have let them, they have been kind enough to let us use the parking lot.
Where are they?
Fifth
They're on
Third
the
is
other side of-
just west on Oak.
Oh,
Done-
that,
yeah,
yeah, okay.
They, he was very kind, and he said that they do have parking, east-facing spots along the fence facing the creamery, that he is more than happy to let the staff use to park there. So I know last month we did not sort of finalize the parking lease, and it is still sort of pending. It needs to be resolved one way or the other. We're in default of that lease. It either needs to be canceled. The payments, we cut 2 checks to pay, and they were not approved last month. So it's just sort of hanging out there. So I just want to also keep that, on the table. So that is pretty much my report.
Okay, well, thank you. And Cindy, I want to thank you for the details about the Culver parking lot and the staff's input. And that was really helpful. And also, your reports on statistics is incredible. I mean, it's so detailed, and we benefit so much from this. And I know it takes a long time, but I really do appreciate you taking the time to provide it. And I noticed there is a document from the Office of the Secretary of State congratulating you on becoming a director. So congratulations. I know you weren't going to say that, but I just want to commend you, and we're glad you're here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And
Greg is very helpful with the statistics, I just wanted to say.
no, there they are. The statistics are awesome. Okay. Well, thank you, and I should probably call the trustees. Trustee Makula, do you have any comments?
I think the statistics are very helpful, and you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
And we really haven't had this information in quite precisely the same, manner.
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
And Cindy, it'll be more beneficial for us in detail so we can move forward as to what way we should lean towards the safety of our community plus the employees that work here.
Thank you.
Oh, and one last thing. Thank you for contacting Fifth Third for that option. That's a good idea. Sorry. Okay, Trustee Rosansky.
The only thing, I wasn't going to say it, but I'll still say it. I just wanted to make a reminder that you're responsible to all of the board, the whole board. Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
Yes, I just have a short comment. I'm always impressed by all the hard work that the staff does. I'm glad that you share that information. Honestly, anyone who reads these library highlights cannot deny that the library and the staff are vibrant, highly connected, and a creative source of enrichment for our community. So once again, and I know this is said many times, but the number of cars in the parking lot are no indication of all the innovation and hard work that takes place inside the library.
Ditto. Okay, Trustee, I'm sorry, are you finished, Trustee Olson?
Yes.
All right, Trustee Keen Adams?
Just a couple easy questions, I hope. Thank you, Cindy, for bringing up the vacancies, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask. I was wondering if there has been any thought in putting some sort of professional development together in-house, since we're not allowed to go out of house anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If that's been thought about, if not, then maybe just put a bug out there and whoever's here, that could be a possibility. If it was something that didn't cost money, you could share experiences and kind of teach each other. And then I'm just wondering if there's any other kind of staff events that are planned or coming up.
The professional development, we do have the Niche Staff Academy. It's the Niche Academy that's for the public. They have a backside, which is for staff training. So we can upload videos there. They have also a pool of shared videos from other libraries. That's where the Homelessness Institute training is that the staff is completing. We've uploaded the sexual harassment prevention training there as well for the staff. And, Rails and ILA, they have a lot of continuing education availability on their websites from past webinars. And so anytime there's anything there. And the supervisors are very good about sharing opportunities with their staff. So we are optimistic that the Niche Academy will offer quite a bit of continuing education this year in place of not being able to attend the conferences and things. Staff events, so we have a Sunshine Committee, and they were doing a wonderful job And then we had to sort of pull back because of COVID. There was a lot of sharing of food in in the staff room, which is sort of small. And so we just took a break from that when we had some scary moments around COVID a month or so ago. So there was, I think the staff day was originally in the budget, but I think it probably isn't anymore. I don't know about that. It was scheduled for January somewhere, I read that, but I'm not sure that it's still in there.
Maybe we could bring that up when we have our meeting about what's in the budget and what's not. Thank you.
Oh, I do actually, I'm sorry, I did get a call from the village. They are having a taco truck day in the village, and that's for staff. And so I believe they're charging $3, and then I think the entity makes up the difference, for whatever the lunch costs. So I just got that call today, so I don't really have the details, but.
What was that called again?
It's called Taco Day. It's something the village is doing, Taco Day.
I thought you said truffles or something like that.
No, it's a taco truck. Taco truck,
Oh,
that's
they have that
probably,
food
yeah.
truck.
A
Okay.
food truck, taco truck, so.
Cool.
So I'll investigate that and see if I can find some money maybe to do that for the staff.
88 staff members, right? Or are we down to 86?
Should just figure that out. I think it's 85. Or will be when the end of the month.
$255. $3 per person.
Oh.
We can talk about it next month.
But couldn't you do like a potluck and everybody brings something?
That's what we often do. Yeah, that's what we often do for the staff. The Sunshine Committee plans a lot of activities like that, a lot of potlucks. Yeah, this particular taco truck, I'm just not sure what the details are for the village, but thank you.
Okay, Cindy, did you have more, or Trustee Keen Adams, did you have more questions or comments?
Not that I should share right now.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business, number 10, the 2021-22 tax levy ordinance timeline.
I have a quick question. I thought that, Greg, I thought that everything had to be in by November 9th. Was I thinking incorrectly?
I'm sorry, specifically?
I thought the levy had to be turned in by the 9th. Was I wrong, or is it in December?
No, it's in December.
Okay.
It has to be final in December.
That's why I'm looking at this, and I'm like, wait a minute, these dates are all after November 9th. For some reason, I thought it was the second Tuesday in November. Okay, thank you.
Are we on communications?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss something? I went to new business, sorry, did I miss something?
I think number 9 is communications, right?
Oh,
The
I
only
always
thing-
thought that was part of the director.
The only thing that was under communications was the letter from the Secretary of State.
Oh, I had a question on communications.
There's the patron suggestions and comments. It's page 60.
Well, it wasn't actually on the documents that we received.
Oh,
I just
okay.
wanted to address the fact that it was already brought up during public comment that a lot of trustees don't respond to emails and phone calls, and I'm wondering why is that? Because that's one of our duties, so why don't people respond to their emails?
Well, you can't ask trustees questions, but we can can discuss this at a later time if you wanted to question each one of us, but that's not how we're on a board, that's not the procedure on a board.
That's not fair. I think the public
No,
deserves an
this
answer,
is-
and you
this-
just, actually.
This isn't the time to ask individual trustees questions.
When is the time?
Pick up the phone.
No,
No.
When,
We want
Well,
things
then
to be,
communicate
you
another way.
always
This
talked
is
about
not
things
time-
being
this is not
transparent,
time.
but
This
you
is
telling us to
inappropriate.
put
It's
it
not
on the
inappropriate.
phone.
Yes, it is. Read your,
It's
you
not
need to go to OMA
transparent.
and
We
you need to
want
read
things
the
transparent.
Robert's
this
rules.
is not an individual question for, it's for all of us.
You cannot question trustees. This is a board meeting. We need to be fulfilling the business of the library
discuss-
and move
No, that's
forward.
fine.
You can discuss and make comments, but you can't ask questions of other
You know
trustees.
what,
let's
actually, that
discuss
statement
the
that you
facts.
read at the beginning of the meeting with that business was not on the agenda, so it shouldn't have actually been read.
What
True,
statement?
true,
The statement that you read at the beginning of the meeting was not on the agenda.
true.
Oh, about decorum?
Yes.
Absolutely.
No, it's not on the agenda.
It wasn't on
Doesn't
the
need to be
agenda.
on the
It
agenda.
should be
So
put on
that's
the
out the
agenda.
door.
No, it's not. You don't, you know, you really need to go to OMA.
I've
and
done
you
the
need to read
training,
Rebel.
and
You
I
need
have
to-
the documentation to prove it.
Well, you're
so.
missing something. You absolutely
You know, I think
can-
we all would like to know why are people not responding to the emails. Just answer the question.
I have
It'd
no
be over.
idea.
We wouldn't have
I
to
have
keep
no
bringing it
idea,
up and up.
and this is not the time.
Well, you do
Okay?
have an
Do you
idea,
have
because
anything
you're one of the
further-
people that
do you
doesn't
have
respond.
anything further to say?
Yes, why don't you respond?
I'm sorry, this is inappropriate.
It's,
When is it appropriate?
I just told you, send me an email. Pick up the phone and call if you have a question.
No, I don't, no, this is something
This
we
is
all
not being
need to
run
talk
Okay, this
professionally.
is not a public forum for Facebook.
well, we don't have another
Okay.
opportunity. You are not giving us an
This-
opportunity to have a discussion.
Okay, if you want a discussion, you need to have a discussion. This is a board meeting, this is not the time for it.
We've been
That's all I
together for
have
how
to
many
say.
months, and you have not given us an opportunity to discuss these things. So the only option we have is to bring them up in a meeting. You are forcing this. You are forcing the hand.
That's an excuse because you don't want to follow the procedure.
That's
You
not an
can't-
excuse.
baloney.
I have asked you to meet with me
The
for 4
next item on
times.
the agenda, I told you we'll discuss it. If you want to argue with me, we'll never meet. This is not working
Is
on
that
a
a threat?
relationship. This is not working on any relationship to better communication. So the next
Why do you
item.
think people
are
are
you
laughing?
finished?
Because this is
Because they're-
ridiculous.
Because they think you're
Because,
funny.
no, they're not
Oh,
laughing
we
at me.
think you're funny,
The
Carolyn.
next item on the agenda is
Answer the
new
question.
business.
Answer the question.
2021,
Answer the
2022
question.
tax levy ordinance timeline.
So
Is
you're
that
just
a Greg-
bulldozing right over the
Is that
issues.
a Greg Fritz?
Ignoring the questions. Bulldozing right over
information,
everyone's.
Or is that from Cindy?
We can
Who's
never
going to help us
discuss
with the
any-
timeline?
You know, maybe we need to
Um,
move again.
It's-
I
we
put it
cannot
together.
discuss.
Greg is going to make a presentation next month,
Okay.
you know,
I
but,
think we're not ready to move on, are we? I don't know.
That's not your decision.
I-
Can we
I can, for
discuss the
myself, I can.
timeline though,
No,
so we
everything is
understand it?
Carolyn's decision. Have we noticed that lately?
That's who the president of the board is.
Oh,
Next,
baloney.
You
You're
you
one
can become
board
president next
member.
year.
You
I'm
act
sorry,
like you're the
Cindy.
whole board, Carolyn.
I'm sorry, Cindy, but the timeline is, you were gonna mention that Greg is,
okay, so the
Not ready to move on.
the timeline, the dates are listed here, based on the meeting dates that are coming up. The board action, this is all based on Kleinthorpe and Jenkins' yearly calendar.
right.
So the board action that's needed, who, would be doing it, who needs to sign it, so it's very clear to everyone. The recommended deadline from Kleinthorpe and Jenkins and the statutory deadline, like sort of the last day that it can happen. And so in October, as he usually does, Greg would make a presentation on the tax levy to the board.
So that, what date is the
October 20th, page
Oh.
63.
But is October 20th our board meeting?
Yes?
Oh, it is? Oh, awesome, okay. Oh, I see, you interjected our dates here, I thought these were the.
No, the dates are, the recommended dates and the statutory dates are the last two
I
columns.
see, all right, thank you for explaining, okay, I get it. So when Greg presents, is that the day that we need to select the levy?
Determine the amount of this year's levy.
So that'll be-
Usually happens at that time.
Okay, and Greg, will you be providing a PowerPoint presentation? Is that what you usually did?
Yes.
Okay.
In here?
Yes, I believe we're going to have the capability for
They
that?
were, just they moved that, rotated that camera so it will shine on that wall, and then
Okay.
we have a screen.
Or we could
Good.
just meet in the boardroom.
Okay,
Could
and
do
then,
that.
and then Greg, can I ask you, to provide a copy of your, presentation, your PowerPoint, I think is what it usually is, in our board packet, so we can review it and then, like, easily just observe while you're speaking? At least we'll have more time to absorb it. It's usually quite a bit of information.
Sure.
I think I could.
Usually it's passed out that night.
Yeah,
And,
well,
so,
some people need more time than others to absorb things.
Well,
so October 20th would be,
The
the
way-
presentation, and then we would determine the amount that night.
Yes.
All right. So then the next month is the next board meeting.
Right.
what is this special meeting on here? We never had a special meeting before.
Well, that's in case, just in case it doesn't happen on schedule, right? Like if for some reason you don't adopt the draft on the 17th, we just want you to be aware that might want to consider a special meeting to make sure you can hit the target dates. So it's
Okay.
optional. Maybe I should have put
So we
optional.
don't need to determine that meeting time today. That would be, say, if on the 17th, for some reason it didn't pass.
Right.
Okay. That's reasonable.
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe we should just go down the line. Are you finished presenting your
Well,
information?
it's
I'm sorry,
pretty
go
clear.
ahead.
I mean, unless people have questions, I guess.
Okay,
Unless, Greg, did you want to say something else about the calendar?
Nope.
So November 17th is when we need to adopt the levy. Now, that's when we'll see the levy and all the breakdowns of numbers, correct? And that's what we're adopting? Is that a good way to phrase it, Greg? That's what I'll see? I'll see that levy document?
Yeah,
that day?
so once you determine the amount of the levy, you'll have me prepare a draft ordinance for the board to consider on November 17th. There's a couple of, asterisks there that say if there are changes, then the special board meeting will be scheduled. But what we've done in the past is if there have been changes, we've had the adoption and then made the changes and then filed and then shown the board afterwards that the appropriate ordinance had been filed with the county.
Okay, and when does it need to be filed? Since November 17th we adopted, then by what date do you need to file it? December 7th? Is that what statutory deadline means?
I think it's December 28th.
Oh, really?
That's the absolute outside. What we've done in the past, Carolyn, is we've determined the amount of the levy at the October meeting and then passed it at the November meeting.
Okay. So that gives you a month to file it then, correct?
Well, yeah, but we filed it the next day.
Oh.
Once it's
Okay.
been adopted and executed. Usually, there haven't been changes. Occasionally, there have been, but, not significant changes.
Okay. All right, so that maybe we won't need that special meeting either. That would be nice. Okay, if we're drafting the ordinance on November 17th, how are we filing? Oh, no, we're adopting it, never mind, I see. So then, we file a certified copy. Oh, for public inspection, how does that work? File a certified copy of the appropriation ordinance with the library and make it available for public
Greg, we don't have to,
inspection.
from my
Excuse me, can I answer my, can I
Go,
ask my question?
answer, God forbid.
So Greg, what does public inspection entail? Is that posting it on?
Yeah, I mean, we We have copies available for the public. We also post it on the FOIA transparency page on the website to make it available. I believe in past years, we've had a link on the landing page of the website so that people who want to see it can go directly to it. And I think I'm remembering that correctly.
Okay. Are we obligated to post it for so many days before we can file? It's not like the budget?
I don't believe we are.
No,
Okay, I mean, I
it
couldn't
doesn't say
find it
there.
when I read
It doesn't
this.
say that it
What I
has a
was
certain
gonna
amount
say,
of
Greg,
dates.
Isn't it, from my understanding, I might be wrong, that unless we're raising it, you don't have to worry as much about so many days or having a hearing for people or anything?
In terms of a levy, the only time you have to have a hearing is if the levy amount is 105% of the previous year.
Mhm.
So, you
That's
know,
not gonna happen. So we
No,
don't have to-
I mean, generally speaking, you could raise the levy by the amount of increase in CPI, in the Consumer Price Index, and the
Mhm.
state tells you what that number is, or 5%, whichever is lower.
Mhm.
This year, the CPI that the state has provided to everybody is 1.4%, so that's the maximum it can go up.
Mhm.
In some years, depending on a number of factors, you can go beyond 5%. Think back to the 2015 levy.
Mhm.
We did go up well past 5% that year, and we had a hearing
Mhm.
so that we can, make sure that the public had their say. It was very similar to, as a matter of fact, it was in this room. It's very similar to what the hearing that we had for the budget and appropriation ordinance
Mhm.
on July 20th. So, once we have that, then the board goes into regular session and then, can vote on it or defer the vote or make changes based on what they heard or, whatever moves them.
Okay. So basically, we should be done, and if we need to have a special meeting because it isn't passed for some reason, which things happen, on the 17th, we have to have our special meeting by the 7th or to be safe that we have it enough before the 28th? Is that what's the recommendation? Because if that's the case, we can, like I said, wait until the 17th and see how it goes before we make an appointment for a second meeting.
Yeah, I can't answer the question. I didn't prepare this.
Okay.
Cindy
That's
did
fair
ask me
enough.
some specific questions about it. I told her what I knew.
Okay.
So, according to the column Kleinthorpe and Jenkins recommendations, they're recommending that the certified copy get filed by November 1st, no later than the last Tuesday in December. So, I would really appreciate it if it didn't have to go down to the 11th hour.
Yeah,
No,
so-
I
It's a
agree.
little stressful.
I agree with that, that's why if we have to have a second meeting, we will, I don't care, so much about that. But I'm not just gonna agree on things just because somebody's gonna try and twist my arm either.
Right.
I can hear that over here. I don't know if everyone else can hear that.
What's that?
Carolyn's comments.
No.
Oh, God.
Yes, yes, yes. So are there any other questions for Greg or Cindy?
No.
I had a question on the item that was previously on the agenda before this and why it was removed.
Which was, let's see.
The part about Olivia's, whatever was on the agenda originally.
Yeah, discussing the wording change.
Yeah, why did that get taken off?
Proposal.
I'm sorry, what?
Why did we remove the first item that was on the agenda originally?
Probably because we didn't need it. I think we're on 10B now. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're on
Something about
10A
Olivia?
now, but before there was a part of
original
the
10A
agenda that
was
had something
canceled.
about Olivia's statement. And I'm just wondering why it was on there then, or why it was removed, or what the,
Well, we didn't need it, so it was removed. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I think we didn't need it.
probably didn't need it. Okay.
So we are now on 10B.
10C.
I'm sorry, 10C.
No, it's.
No, is it B?
It's
I'm looking at
10B.
the wrong agenda.
Yeah, you've got the wrong
Okay.
agenda, there's only two
10.
things under
Do I
10.
have a motion? It is 10B. Do I have a motion to declare a vacancy in the office of trustee? I need a movement and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so the first step in, filling this vacancy is to declare the, position, the trustee position vacant. So that's what we did here. My plan, was.
Technically, we didn't vote on it.
Okay, do you want to vote on it before I discuss it? Oh, that's right, do we need to, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, take a vote.
Trustee Derbelik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
What are we, I'm sorry.
We're declaring that that there's a vacant trustee position. We're just
Okay. I'm sorry.
declaring it.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld, yes?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Wazensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
All right, so the first step in the procedure is that we needed to declare the position a vacancy in the trustee position. What I've accumulated are the documents that we've used in the past, which are, I think, there used to be a posting for the position, there was an application form we used, there were questions we used, there's quite a bit of information. And my plan was to email all the trustees all these documents, and then just to indicate some of the problems we've had in the past, like we may need to update the questions we ask or the information we request, so that we don't have any issues. Once we pick a trustee, we don't lose them, because I think last time they weren't a resident or something. So I was gonna ask everyone's input, what you thought about the questions, what you thought about the application, and then to see how we were going to actually proceed. In the past, you had a period of time where the director posted the, requested a letter of interest on the website. I don't really know how else it's been done, but Cindy probably knows that. And then we give it a certain period of time, maybe 2 weeks, I'm not sure. We'll be able to know that once we go through all those documents from the past. And then we would schedule an interview day, and I think the director schedules them. And they were, I think what I saw were 15-minute intervals. I don't know if you want to make that longer. So we could definitely have a
Depending
conversation.
on how many people, if we go more than 15 minutes, it might get kind of lengthy.
Good point, okay.
And I also, the one thing we did before, which I highly recommend, because to me it makes it more fair, is we have a set of questions that I know we had prepared before. I think you got them. And we all pick one question to ask everybody. We all ask the same question, because that's the way it's fair. Everybody's asked the same questions. And I think that's definitely a way we should go forth.
But, okay, I agree. But the important part is I need to get this information to all of you, and we need to, we have to discuss it. You need to tell me, I don't like this, I want to do this, and, I'll tell you what we've done before, if there isn't a sheet in there that already says that, and then we need to decide, are we proceeding in this direction? What do you think of the application? What do you think of, I can't remember all those items, there must be a half a dozen items at least that I finally got together, and I will email all of you. But then we need to have dialogue and figure out how we want to go about this.
Carolyn, the main concern here that I can think of is the fact we didn't have that question you said about length of time you've lived in the district.
Yes.
That should be your first question.
Right.
How long have you lived in the district? Bam.
Well, Patty, the other
That
thing
should be on the
we need-
application.
Well, I guess it
Yes.
wasn't last
Yeah,
time.
but we need to review that application in case we think of other things that we've
How
omitted.
long are we planning on delaying this process is what I'm asking? Because
Well,
this should be put out, we should, how long are we gonna go without a seventh board member?
Well, I'm thinking we should be prepared. This should all be taken care of by the October board meeting. And then, we could talk about setting dates. At the October board meeting, we'll make sure all these documents are what we want, and then we proceed.
But you're also talking, you're getting into the time of the levy. Do you really want to mix this up with the levy? Shouldn't we start this process a little sooner so that, say, we start to get, the applications are out prior to the October meeting? Then we can say that the deadline is maybe the first or second week after the October meeting, and then have our special meeting so that it's before our November meeting, because that's when the levy stuff starts.
So you're saying, how long do you want?
I'm saying we need to get this going so that it's not interfering with the stuff pertaining to the levy.
Well, I don't
Because
know
I
if it'll
think the levy is gonna be a big deal this year, because nothing
Why?
personal, we have difference of opinions.
Okay, but, I don't think the levy should impact this, but the point is, we've got to get through this documentation. We have a lot of new people on the board, we need to figure out which direction are we going. And I want to make I don't want to hear Carolyn made all these decisions and
Well,
didn't include us. So, I think if we could get through these documents, determine a timeline, so you think at the October 16th meeting, if we have this all finalized, it's too late to post the position?
I think, why can't we post it before the
Because we
October
don't
meeting?
even have, we haven't even prepared the information yet.
So how long are we gonna take at the October meeting to discuss this, Carolyn?
We're not gonna discuss it, we're gonna come to the October meeting and be decided. I'm saying we need to work
Well,
together.
if we're decided before the October meeting, why can't we post it before the October meeting? Give people time to fill out the stuff, and we get it in the first part of November,
Why don't we,
or the end of October.
why don't we give ourselves a deadline of the end of September, where we have to, all of us, review all those documents and give our input and change it? That's the deadline, end of September, and then it gets posted so that we can start interviewing during the month of October.
The amount of people that have already been asking me what the heck is going on, it's mind-boggling.
Well, she
So how
just,
many more
didn't she just
people are
resign
gonna
last
be-
month?
Yeah, but it's been
month.
I know, but we
How
don't
many
meet.
days has it
We
been?
don't meet, excuse me, you expected to do, no one came to me and said, wow, I wanna fill this position right now, I didn't get any email.
I told Cindy that it needed to be on the agenda right away, and you said to Cindy, I've already got it on the September meeting, so, yeah. okay.
Exactly, you know what, you need to have a process in place, and you need to approve the process, and we need to work together to get to that point.
You know-
think you can accomplish that soon?
Can I say
Great.
something?
Please.
Isn't there a certain amount of time you have to have a vacancy filled, according to
No,
the
there
Illinois
isn't.
Library Act, like
No,
60
there
days
isn't.
or
I've
something?
contacted
Is
the
there no
attorney, he sent me
time?
the
Only
statute.
for municipalities.
Only for municipal,
Right, the
okay.
library district has its own
It's
law.
not a municipality.
Okay, thank you.
Joe knows, he's been on the board for how many months?
That's
The
okay.
attorney's
Okay.
been on, the attorney's been our attorney for 30 years. And as soon as she resigned, I contacted him.
There's no reason that we can't post this as soon as possible, because there's,
Well,
I
here's
mean,
the
how long
problem.
is it gonna take us to approve? We don't
Okay,
even
set
have
a
to
date at the
approve
end
all
of
the
September that
questions.
we have to
You
have it all
can't
reviewed.
post the same thing you posted last time and make the same mistakes. At least take
We
the
are
time
not
and look at it.
There was no mistake.
Yes, there was. There was one mistake. But that's not the point. The point is, Carolyn, like Becky had suggested, we can review everything, have a date, say, at the end of September, when we all give our responses of which things we feel should be changed or left, whatever. And then, if there are any discrepancies, we can have a date the following week and
Okay.
finalize it.
Sounds good.
There's no reason we need to wait until the October meeting to
Yeah,
finalize this.
it's very late, our October meeting is the
Okay.
20th.
Oh,
But
is it?
if you want to drag it out, go right
No.
ahead.
No, it shouldn't be.
Well, so be it.
So, anybody got a calendar? calendar. I
Yeah,
can't
I've got it
find
right
mine.
here.
Okay.
I've got one too.
So today's Wednesday, the 15th. The month ends on Thursday, the 30th.
So it's a Thursday, so should we say no, we still need to talk in the meantime, like, I don't want you guys to send me stuff on the 30th.
Okay, then
But
why
we have
don't
2
we
weeks.
set a date
Okay.
prior to that, with whatever suggestions we have for changes, and then you can respond back to us by whatever, the 30th? Is that reasonable to you? Say we say the 24th, which is a Friday, a week from
So
this Friday.
you'll send your comments and whatever, the 24th, and then by the 30th, I should understand what you're telling me
You
and
should
just
be-
change it all for you.
I
Okay.
hope you understand. I'm going to be
Okay.
planning on typing it in English.
Let's try to have it posted Monday, the 4th of October.
So
That
we
gives
have to
us more than 2
respond to you
weeks
by the
to-
24th. So that means we should have everything, hopefully, no later than the 20th, sent to us to review.
Okay, yeah, today's the 15th, right? Okay, yes.
So can I make a suggestion, just so we don't have any OMA violations, that somehow I'm involved in this, like you send me what you want to send them, they send me their comments, because it's going to be too easy to just
Well, you know what, I'll tell you what.
reply all, or too many people
Yeah.
get into an
But here's
email.
what happens, then they reply to you, then I have to contact you. I would rather take the time and individually email each trustee, because then they'll respond to me, and I
Fine.
get the answer faster.
Fine.
It would be, especially with all the problems I'm having with Outlook, yeah, it would be faster, but at least I get their answers directly. Like if I'm checking it at 2 AM, it's there instead of it's in yours, and I gotta wait for you to send it to me. So I'll do each of them individually, if you don't mind.
When you're
I
going to
can
have
copy
time
you
to
so you're aware
compile.
of what we're doing.
Well, that would be helpful. You're going to
Yeah, so
have
you're
time
not
to
out of the loop.
compile all of this and change the application and do all of that kind of work? Or you're
If
going to
we
need a
use
little
Google
help?
document, we can each add our own.
No, that is
comments.
against,
No,
that's
it's
against OMA.
Open Meetings Act,
Okay.
isn't it?
Mhm.
What about Outlook, Sherry?
We can, open meetings.
Okay, all right, so I think we've got it set, we've got a plan. So I'll get it to you by the 20th, September 20th, and you all should respond by the 30th. And I'll copy Cindy. And we will,
Post the vacancy on the 4th.
okay, so let's shoot for the 4th.
October.
Now, what
4th.
day is the 4th of the
It's a
month?
Monday.
The 4th is a Monday, which is a good day
I
to
think
start
so.
with an application out there for everybody.
And then when are they
beginning of the
due
week.
back? When are the applications due?
Are we gonna give them 2 weeks?
That's
That would
what
put
we
us
did
at
last time.
The 18th.
So
When-
the 18th would be good because that would be the
What-
Monday before we actually meet that Wednesday. So that way
Let
it
me,
gives time for that stuff to get put together.
Let me suggest that it be back for distribution by that Friday, so it can be in your board packages.
Oh,
That's a good way too. Okay, that's.
But
That'll-
wait a minute. The key here is, all of this information needs to be assembled in our board packets. That's a task. So wait, let's think about this. By the 18th, we're asking them to return their applications by the 18th.
Well, we have to have it sooner then.
Well, if we want it in the packet, yeah.
Do we need it in the packet, or can they be emailed? to
Well,
us?
in the past, no, it can't, in the past, I'm just talking about in the past, if you remember, we did get it in our packet so we can review them before we had the meeting where we were talking to them. So
Okay,
that's
when
why
did
we
you
knew
want it?
who we were talking to.
So we need it before, by the
So we
16th,
should-
like you
Unless we
said.
can get it out to them by the 1st, which is that Friday,
Oh, no, I mean, 1-day turnaround, let's,
what day,
Okay,
you
what if-
get it on the 24th.
no, I'm getting it the 30th, right?
No, we're supposed to send it to you on the 24th.
I
You
thought
get
I was
to
sending
us
it to you on the 20th, and you're sending it to me on the 24th? Oh, okay.
Yes, so that gives you more than a week, Carolyn. Seriously, you should probably be able to have it done by even the 29th or the 30th. And there's no reason that the 1st wouldn't be a possibility. You need to think about it.
So what do you want for the first, what do you want happening
I'm
on?
saying you could even post it on the 1st, which would be a Friday,
Through,
And then you can say, okay, we give them until what, the next,
15th.
the 15th?
Let's say the 14th.
Or the
because
14th.
15th.
Say
What
the
day of the week
14th.
is that?
What day of the week is
That's
the
a
14th?
Thursday.
It's a Thursday.
Is that enough time to get it copied and in the packet the next day, though?
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Yeah, so it would be included in your packet but not published because it would be
No, it
material
can't be.
for executive session.
Yeah.
Um,
It's executive session, so it can't be published.
Yeah, so, but I'm just thinking of the logistics in terms of getting it into everybody's hands at the same time, prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it better to
Would it
say
be, would it be
Wednesday
your
or
intention
Thursday?
to interview everybody who submits a,
I think we should. I
Yeah.
think we
Okay.
should interview everyone that applies.
We get 30 applications.
I mean, how do you not?
We can discuss a time to do the interviews at our next meeting then, in the October meeting. Because we'll need a special meeting, because I'm assuming, we don't know for sure how many people are going to put them in.
Well, we had a good number last time.
Yeah, we sure did, and I have a feeling we're gonna get a good more this time. So I would tend to think we're gonna need a full meeting just for this executive
Okay.
session. So, but that's why if we have them returned on the 13th, so you can put them with our packets on the 15th or the 14th and get them to us by the 15th, then we can decide when we have, after that, how many people actually put in applications, and then we could set up a special meeting.
Okay.
so.
Does that sound reasonable?
Are you thinking?
Okay, no,
yeah, I
this is
think-
against the rule
Right,
you
so
just said.
do we need to evaluate the applications? I think we're gonna have to maybe play it by ear, because it's gonna depend on the volume of applications that we
That's
get.
my whole
If
concern.
we get 20, then
So
yeah.
if we only get
don't
10,
cut
then
it
we
down.
can certainly
Volume's gonna
interview
be-
them all. But if we get 30 or more, then I don't know if we'll have time to interview 30 people,
All right, so how would we decide?
We have to,
We'll talk, yeah, about, as we're communicating.
So Margaret, can you read back those dates so we're sure we have them correct for the minutes?
I've got them written down. in case you're not ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
The 20th of September is when Carolyn was going to send an email
Right.
to all of the board members with the information we need to look at, to review, and possibly change. And then the board members have to respond to that email by September 24th. Then,
September.
yes, September, this month.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
All right.
We're on the same page here, ready to go? Okay. And then we were talking about, Carolyn should be able to have that all compiled. And if there's any discrepancies, we should be able to work them out during that week. She has questions, she wants to contact us or whatever, we can figure that out that week, so that we should hopefully be able to post the whole thing by October 1st. And then we were talking, and this is where we weren't quite sure at my understanding, if we needed them back by either the 13th or the 14th, so they could be in our packet. What do you
13th or
think?
14th.
You guys are the ones who could file them. What do you think?
Well, I'll take the 13th.
The 13th. Okay, they need to be back by the to the library by the 13th.
So does that mean end of day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, understand the 13th.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And then they're in the packet on the 15th.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're having an executive session on 10/20 to review them? Is that what we're saying?
No. I
Yeah.
think what we need to do is discuss, we were talking about, depending on how many we actually get, Because in a executive session that would be attached to a general board meeting, we might be here until 2 o'clock in the morning, depending on how many people.
Oh, wait, so executive session is to interview,
Yes,
but on 10:20, what are, we now receive, what are we doing on 10:20?
10:20
It's a regular meeting.
is a regular board meeting.
But I think part of the meeting will be dedicated to
Just to
discussing how many we get
Okay.
and what we want to do.
And when,
All right, that's what
and
I
when we
needed.
want to have our executive session.
Is that
And
in
if we have so many
executive
that we need
session?
to schedule a separate meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we have 3,
But we're-
we can do it in an executive session, or even 6. But realistically, I doubt we'll get that few.
So are we planning to interview on the 20th, or no?
No, right?
No, I would
Okay,
say
all
no,
right. I
because
just
I
wanna
would
make
think
sure.
we're gonna have too many people to interview on that short of a time
Okay,
frame.
no, that's fine, as long as I got it, okay, sounds good.
So let me suggest that you try to set a date now
Okay,
for the interview so that anybody who's responding can plan appropriately, and if they have issues with making the date, they can make, they can make arrangements so they can make the date.
Okay, that
Because
makes
if you
sense.
wait until the 20th, you may inadvertently eliminate a number of people who already have commitments that they can't change at that point.
so then we should do it that following week probably? What do you guys think?
Well, I would prefer you give us a few days so we can go, I don't have my calendar with me, so we can check what days would
Well-
work for all of us.
Well, yeah, how many
Well,
applications?
on the
Because
following.
I say yes, and then I go home and it's different.
Well, okay, the board meeting is on the 20th, which is
Mhm.
the 3rd Wednesday, as always. But then we have, I don't know how anybody else is. I mean, we have and I know Becky tends to work evenings, so, I mean, that's a long way out for her. I don't know if she has her schedules in advance.
I remember last year we got at least a week to read these
Yeah.
applications, and there were only 8 or 10 of them, right?
Yeah, so realistically, the soonest we should probably do it would be October 27th, which would be the following Wednesday. So say the 27th, the 28th, or the 29th, which would be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. What do you, any of you have any suggestions on which you prefer? I personally think Wednesdays are nice for me. I don't know what anybody else feels.
I agree. October 27th.
October 27th is good for you, Suzanne?
Yes.
Okay. You have to check it out yet, Carolyn?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say yes, but I really don't know. I'm doing
Okay.
it blindly. But yeah,
Well-
I'll shoot for that.
Okay, what we can do is shoot for that.
Uh-huh.
We still have time before we're gonna post this anyway, so if we have to make adjustments, as long as all of us can be here, because,
what
it's
about
not right if
Becky
we
and-
Yeah,
all
Wednesday the
can't be here.
27th is good for me.
All right. Does that work for you, Diane?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just about any evening works, except usually Tuesdays for me. Okay, so I'm more flexible,
All right, so we have all that scheduled. That looks good.
okay? So are you going to,
Email you on the.
email us on the 20th? And
Yes.
if you can't do it on the whatever
No,
date,
I should be able to do it.
then put your dates that you prefer.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh. Yeah, well, no, I'll shoot for this, maybe whatever it is I can move around.
Shoot for the 20th. Now, that's good for everybody else?
Yes, that's what I'm getting. Joe, 10:27, are you, all right, yes.
Is it good for you, Becky?
Yeah.
And it's good for you?
Yeah, I'm just concerned with the number of interviews there will be.
Yeah, well,
tonight.
if we do it on the 27th, we'll figure it out.
We'll have time to discuss at the board meeting on the 20th too, if we need to make any adjustments or.
Exactly.
Okay, so are we calling executive session?
On the 27th.
Are we done with this?
On the 20th?
That will be an
No.
executive session because it's when we do our interviews.
No, the 27th.
No, the 20th I'm asking. 20th, is there
Oh,
going to
we
be an
shouldn't have an
executive
executive
session?
session, no.
Well, we might have to.
What?
Well, just to Well, what if we could
We
do
look
the
at the
interviews?
things at home.
Yeah, okay. Proceed.
So you, then to think about where you're going to post it. I mean, post it on the library website.
Where is it
And,
normally posted? In the
well,
past? What
I
did
don't
it say?
remember. I mean, I'd have to check the file and see.
So we've done a couple of things in the past. You know, we put it on the website, of course, full description and, you know, making the request. Then to augment that, we've sent out a press release announcing what the plan is. Since we're discussing this all in open session and it is available to the public, what I suggest is that as soon as possible, we get out a press release so that there is no misinterpretation. There were a lot of dates that were thrown around. And if we can get out something which basically is less about, you know, sending out the materials and getting trustee responses and doing a compilation and stuff, but rather saying, you know, that we're going to post it on this day and the response deadline will be this, and then we'll set the interviews for 10/27. Those are the three important dates
Yes.
that I think need to go out in some sort of press release. You know, the press has already seen the agenda for tonight, and I'm sure that tomorrow they'll be asking exactly what the timeline is. And, you know, as we have in the past, we'll tell the press that they have to file a FOIA request, or we can direct them to the tape of the meeting, which will, you know, which should be up soon.
Yeah.
Even at that point, it's going to be confusing.
But as far as a press release goes, could we wait until, when are we supposed to be done with all the, you know, we need to be prepared to make sure these dates don't change. So we're looking at 9/20, I guess.
Carolyn, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, let me just figure this out. So 9/24, and we think we're posting 10/1. Can we at least wait till September 24th before you send out a press release to make sure nothing?
You know, we could send it out at any time or not send it out. What I'm trying to help do is avoid any misstatement of the dates and create confusion with people who may be interested in filing an application.
Well, right now, to avoid confusion, we shouldn't do anything till we're certain. If anyone's listening to this video, you know, tonight, I mean, this is not permanent. We're hoping to follow these dates, but at least let's make sure that by 10/1, we plan on posting it. So by 9/30, I should feel confident whatever I have, we're done with. Between
Yeah.
9/24 and 9/30. I don't want to rush it and then find out we made a mistake.
I know,
Jen,
I
is that okay,
understand.
or what are you saying?
I understand it. Like you said though, if you're having us all review it, the information that we're sending out, and we get it back to you by the 24th.
Right.
If there are any questions and you personally want to call and talk to one
Clarify,
of us, that's cool.
So,
So-
Carolyn, what we could do is, in the form of a press release, we could frame it as the board has tentatively decided to follow the schedule, and then confirm it later.
I'm not comfortable with sending out a schedule because somebody will grab the newspaper and they'll go by these dates and we could lose them if something changes. And I mean, if you want to send out a press release that the board is preparing this process, or, I mean, but the dates, I just, in case even one date, we could lose people, so. But you seem to want to get a press release out right now.
No, I just want to avoid
Oh.
confusion, and
That's his thing. He
you
just
know.
says he wants to avoid
Okay, so to
And-
avoid
and-
confusion, let's make sure we're confident that we're positive, like around the 24th, when I get everything, well, actually, the week after the 24th, at some point then, whatever I get, and if I'm unclear or whatever, we should have it figured out by then. Would that be too late for you to send out?
Would you say by the 30th you would?
Yeah,
know?
absolutely, absolutely, or
It's-
even a little before.
It's never too late to send out a press release, but, you know, I always think
Sooner is
that
better than later.
if you send it out sooner to avoid anybody misconstruing any of the dates, I think you're better off.
Well, here's the point, if we send it out sooner, it's not, I'm not concerned about
That's fine, I mean, that's up to you,
misconstruing.
but
I don't want
it's
them
my
to
advice.
change, and we lost all those people.
Yeah, that's okay.
So if we can wait, it's just, what, 15 days or less?
Oh, sure.
And then
do
you can
it
send it out.
Any way that you deem fit, that's
And
perfectly
then
fine.
who creates the press release? Sasha?
Yeah, Sasha would do it,
Okay.
and I would review
Alright.
it with them and make sure that it's
And it would be
appropriate.
based on, then we'll know for sure these dates are firm. Okay, I just would feel better, because if we
Yeah.
rush and something
Like you
goes
say,
wrong.
by the 29th, you think you'll be
Yeah,
firm?
I'm thinking, but I get them the 24th, I'm hoping in a couple days I should be done.
Okay. So hopefully by that week, so that it should be out to the press. Ideally, it would be best if we're posting it on the 1st, if we could have the press release. The press usually comes out on Wednesdays, so ideally, they have to have the information by that Monday at the latest, so the 27th, if you want it in the Wednesday's journal, say.
Could it be an online press release?
I don't know what you do.
The journal online?
What's up to them, I guess.
Yeah, where they put it, I mean, that's up to them. I don't have any control.
So, but even so, they usually want it by that Monday at the latest, isn't it?
Seems like
Well,
Or is it even sooner?
Friday would be better.
Friday would be better, but that's giving her the date that we're giving it to her, and that's kind of cutting her short.
Oh, God, no, the 24th? No.
Don't be surprised if you don't see a story next Wednesday. based
Oh, no,
on-
that's fine,
no,
but I just don't want the
It's just
dates
to
to
give
go
them
out
the
and have to
information.
I
change.
understand.
Because even if we get it on our website before we actually release it and say, hey, it's gonna be on the website, blah, 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 at least it's someplace that they can see it.
Sure.
Okay, so we are scheduled, we're good with 10B. Next on the agenda. Next item, unfinished business. Do I have a motion to approve the appointment of and payment to Oak Brook Mechanical Services Incorporated in the amount of $8,450 for the purchase and installation of a carrier air conditioning unit for the IT IDF closet for the switching gear in the commons?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
We did miss D
I missed.
for flex landscaping.
Oh, no, that's the old.
Okay.
All right, any questions on this particular, matter, Trustee Makula?
This is a unit that the controls were bad, they couldn't get replacement parts, and the result is we have to put a new unit in there, and it's the $8,450 is the cost.
Okay.
There's no alternative, because
Okay.
the switching equipment in there, if it overheats, it's gonna be damaged.
All right. Okay, well, thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld?
Nothing at this time.
All right, Trustee Rosansky?
Yes. Great.
Yeah.
Not that I don't trust what our other trustees said, because yes, I agree, it's very likely that it's to the point we have to replace it. Is this the lowest of three bids?
So, this was something that was on the agenda for, I believe it was May 19th, if I recall, and it was, it might have been April, actually. I think it was April, whatever that meeting date was. And,
Oh, was this the thing we passed?
yeah, well, there was a lot of things on that agenda.
Yeah, I know.
And the decision was made during the open meeting to not address this at at that particular meeting. And it's been brought up, the bids were updated. We had 3 bids at the time. We had, in addition to the ones that you see on page 2, the little,
Okay, yeah,
the
I'm
little
just
chart on page
verifying.
70, there was Hayes Mechanical. Hayes didn't supply updated numbers to us. These numbers are all updated from that period of time. So, did we have 3 bids? We started with 3. We went back to Murphy and Miller, who was the lowest at the time, and we said, what's your new bid? And they gave us a number, which made them higher. And then we went back to Oak Brook Mechanical and said, well, what's your bid? And they came in higher but lower than Murphy and Miller. And, Hayes didn't give us any updated numbers. And they were high anyway. They were like over $11,000 or something like that. So I didn't include it in there.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rosansky. Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
All right, Margaret, could you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, passes 6.
Okay, the next item on our agenda. Right, the next item on the agenda is executive session. I would like to ask for a motion to postpone it. It's already almost 10 o'clock, and Trustee Schoenfeld came this evening, and I know she's not feeling well. She's in a lot of pain, and I'm thinking, I really thought we were going to get through this a lot faster.
So moved.
Second. Okay, can we take a roll and see, Margaret, where this goes?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Passes.
All right, the next item on the agenda is other. Does anyone have any other comments, suggestions, or?
I do.
questions? Okay.
And it's just real quick, but thank you for giving us this update on policies that were changed. Can you just, I don't know if somebody give us all of the changes? I mean, so we could update our trustee handbook?
Yes?
Yes, because I don't have all of
Because-
them to put in my
Yeah.
handbook.
So this was passed in May. You've got, I think Susan gave everyone a new.
Brand new book.
Right,
in May.
right.
Right, so then these are the changes since then.
Right,
So
and that's what I'm
anything- yes.
asking
So
for.
Margaret and I are catching up.
You're putting them together
Getting you
eventually.
everything.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, that's
That
fine,
you
just
need.
wanted to remind you. Thank you.
I would like to make some recommendations to be put on the agenda. I'm hoping Carolyn will agree to them, because if not, it delays us hiring people, because my recommendations are that we discuss placing ads for hiring 1 full-time person and 1 assistant department manager for digital service. Patron service, recommend hiring 3 part-time positions. And building services, 1 full-time position. I would very much appreciate that if it's able to be put on the agenda. Please agree that it can be, Carolyn, so we're not delaying hiring people any longer than we already are.
All right, I didn't actually catch everything you said, but if you want to send me that in email so I understand what positions you're talking about.
The
And I
ones we
have
talked about,
requested-
1 full-time person and 1 assistant department manager for digital service, 3 part-time positions for patron services, and 1 full-time position for building services.
You know,
Well,
in-
why,
in
just,
patron
you're asking to
services,
put
a
it
lot-
on the agenda,
in,
right?
in
So-
patron services, a lot of the people are stocking books.
And
right
patron
now,
services, if you
our
heard what
circulation
Cindy
level
said
is
and
very
Greg
low.
said, majority of these part-timers are the desk people. So
No,
I
the
don't know
majority
where
are
you're
stocking
getting
books.
their stocking books. They are the people who actually greet patrons as they come into the building at the desk. Hmm?
You shouldn't be asking questions.
To answer the question, is there a difference in the library between an assistant, patron services assistant, and a paid?
No, I'd
believe
rather
so.
not get
I don't
involved in
know.
asking questions about
Are you
staffing
asking
right
to
now.
put it on the agenda?
You know, I'd rather not.
I
do
just
that.
want this on the agenda so we can ask Cindy
That's
to then
all, yes, we can discuss
put
it
this-
then.
Put it on the agenda, and I can bring back the information next month that you're asking for about the details.
And then
of
we
these
can
work
vote on
issues.
it.
Send me whatever that request is for the agenda at some point, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
And then whatever I asked for too, and then see, yeah, hopefully it'll all mesh.
Because,
I
you know,
have to
I don't want our patrons to wind up losing services because we're delaying and delaying and delaying.
I think part of the concern is not getting our requests on the agenda, and we would like to have an assurance that our requests would be put on the agenda.
And right now, I'm not ready to even make any requests or any approval of anything. I'm not even sure what we're talking about. I know I've asked Cindy for information as well. So it'll probably get on the agenda, but I still need information from Cindy. So, I mean, we don't need to make
So,
that
for
decision now.
example, why we were not able to put election of a new vice president on the agenda tonight?
Because the procedure is, as I explained, that you need to declare the position.
For a trustee.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about replacing the vice president on the office
We only
this
have
week.
3
Well, I
officers, we
plan on
need
putting
4.
it on in October.
Why?
That was what was on my, because of everything else you were doing, I just did that.
Well, that's not
Oh,
your
that's the
decision.
trouble. You're
Yeah, it
just
is. I
doing
create the
everything.
agenda, I approve it.
Plus, we'd also like to discuss some policies that we, especially the policy pertaining to the press.
We asked for
Because-
4 things to be put on the agenda. Only one of them made it.
I know, and that happens, and I
No,
apologize.
Well,
not
it's
gonna
going to
happen
stop
anyway.
happening, Carolyn, unless you want us to argue with you during a meeting.
It can't keep
Actually,
happening.
we are
We are what?
arguing.
Okay, so how can we move forward and put some trust in you that you are going to take our concerns
We can't
seriously and put them
discuss-
on the agenda? Because we should be electing a vice president tonight, but you didn't deem that worthy. You didn't discuss it with the board. You just made that decision by yourself again.
I
We
talked
can't
to the
discuss.
attorney, I asked him,
Against the law.
what is my timeline to do this? When do I have to get it done? And that's why I made these decisions. I actually expect to accomplish.
And you keep
I
blowing
move
us
that we
off,
adjourn.
Carolyn, and that's part of our
I
problem.
move that we adjourn the
You want
meeting.
us to negotiate with you, you need to be more considerate of what we need to.
I don't want to leave here tonight feeling that my concerns are not going to be addressed on the agenda next month.
Well, I think we can have that conversation when we get together.
I don't trust that.
Yeah, because seriously, I don't either.
I'm sorry to feel that way, but this isn't, you know, this isn't.
It's
This
fact,
isn't the
Jeff.
place to be fighting and
We
arguing
say
all the
what we
time.
need on the agenda, and you blow us off.
Why can't we
And I hope you're feeling
discuss
better,
anything?
Suzanne.
We don't
I move that
have
we
a
adjourn
chance
the
to
meeting
discuss
tonight.
anything.
I need a second. She left, so we got a second. We might be here a while.
Well, you know, whatever. People here are problems. We want things on the agenda, and that doesn't mean they get there. If we're gonna say cancel the meeting or whatever, the meeting's over, that's fine. Go ahead. Joe, you started your, motion.
I
Oh,
move
there
that
was
we,
something else I wanted to mention. Policy 3.29 was one of the items I asked to be on the agenda that didn't make it.
What is that?
It says, "The director is hereby designated to act as the library's FOIA officer." That's that. There is no other policy stating otherwise, and we could be saving ourselves tens of thousands of dollars a month by not sending that stuff out.
You know, you're misunderstanding the purpose of a law firm to evaluate these FOIAs.
Not to
They did
call
this-
up every
They did this
question.
under Director Susan Lemke, and they're doing the
You
same
told
thing under this
Susan
director.
Lemke she couldn't go to the lawyers without your permission, and
I
now
told-
you're just sending them to the lawyers.
I told, you know what, I wish you would just repeat what I say correctly. I told Director Susan Lemke, she's been a director for 6 years, I didn't think it was necessary for her to continue sending our agenda items to the attorneys to approve. They're the same agenda items year after year. We follow the same thing we did last year in October, we're going to do this year in October with very few changes. That was my suggestion to cut back spending, and I asked before she contacted them to let me know, because when I read the bills, the reasons to call the attorneys about our agenda are far from as important with these FOIAs we're getting. That I hear they need to be redacted and all this.
They don't
I mean,
need to
there's a
be.
lot to it.
Carolyn,
it
can I
says right
just
here
say,
that the
can I
policy
just say
is
one
the
thing?
director is the FOIA officer. We don't need to be sending those items out.
We've been sending
And it
them
hasn't
to
been voted
attorneys
on.
for
Ever
years.
since you've been the president,
If
we've
we're
been
gonna
sending them.
continue
You don't
to
know what
send
you're
them
talking
all,
about. You don't know what
you like to keep saying that.
Well, I'm sorry, it's true. Why don't you look at the Kleinthorpe Jenkins bills for the past 6 years and see how many FOIAs?
Okay, but we
It
can
has
make a
been,
decision.
but
The board
only
needs to
when
make a
our
decision on that.
officers can't
It doesn't just go
answer
through
them.
your pile of
It's
papers
not, it
and
has
out the
nothing
door.
to do with me. It's a legal
does.
matter. Cindy Rademacher is not an attorney.
No, she's the FOIA officer.
Yeah, but you don't understand what's
Stop telling me I don't understand, please.
the term officer doesn't mean she has legal experience to make these decisions. No
Well,
one in,
we don't
But
need that.
she
Just
can
fill the
also
request.
contact
That's
the
the end
lawyer.
of it.
That doesn't mean every FOIA needs a lawyer to oversee it.
no one says every single.
Well, then why is everyone going to the attorney?
You know, right now, I can't make general statements in order to have a.
There's
a
no
com-
statement. The fact is that we
No, I
shouldn't be
can't
sending them out.
respond to
That's
anyone.
that.
No,
It needs
that's
to
not
stop.
true.
You don't
That's
usually
so not
respond to
true.
us anyway. What else is new?
Well, you've never sent me any communication.
Carolyn,
No, you
I
go
won't
through
even
Cindy.
tell you what the last phone call I had with you. And you go off on your own tangent, and it was like, I said, we need to work together, and you're like, about other stuff. So, you know what? That taught me, why should I bother?
I told you that I was one board member, I'd have to talk to the others. That was my
Yeah,
response.
right, and you're acting like you're the only board member.
No, I'm not. So, are we adjourning this meeting? I don't know where we are.
I don't know. Nobody
I move that
seconded
we
it.
adjourn the meeting.
No.
No? No second?
So we're not adjourning the meeting?
No, I think before we adjourn the meeting, we need to have some assurance that our concerns will be on the agenda next month.
And right now, I'm not ready to make that
Well,
decision.
then we're gonna be
Well,
sitting
then
here
right
until
now
next
we're gonna
month.
sit.
Okay.
What is the harm in putting it on an agenda, and then we
I mean,
can
I'm not gonna,
argue next month?
what do you think we're gonna ask for? Something like, we all have to wear the same color shoes to meetings, or what? I mean, it's all gonna be
You want to
relevant.
know the truth? I would just like to get an email so I can read what
I
hope
copy you
want.
and Cindy on all my emails.
What email? I got one email. I got
You
an
want me
email
to
from
pull
you
them up?
2 days ago. You
I can
said-
pull them all up
No,
right now.
You sent me an email to
Since
tell
we're
me.
gonna be here for a while, I might as well.
You sent me an email to tell me that you sent Cindy
need to stop saying
items.
the word you. You
Well,
do
I'm
this
talking to
and
her.
you do that, and you do
I'm
this.
talking
and
to
I.
her.
And then you need to stop using the word I, because. you
Well, I'm
use it
getting
too many
blamed for
times.
doing things I might as well own up to what I'm doing.
So are you gonna put our concerns on the agenda or not?
As soon as I get an email, I'll send it to Cindy.
That's not an answer.
That's my process.
I just said what I wanted.
What is the
Will you be
harm?
willing to
There isn't any
discuss,
harm.
will you be willing to discuss those positions at the next meeting? Have Cindy prepare what she needs to, for the release, and be willing to review it at the next meeting, and just tell her if we decide to go ahead and release them.
I'm not, you want to discuss the positions? I thought you
Yeah,
would-
well, that's you're acting like that. I would like to say to Cindy, on what you wrote in this stupid policy, that we have to approve everything before she can even put the jobs out there.
That's
How long are
not
we
part
gonna
of it.
go before we have these people in these positions? Like she said, building services, that's kind of an important situation. That's a very small department. And digital services, she's down 80-some hours a week. She's gonna have to cut services.
I
Same
know,
with-
I'd like to get information about that. I'm concerned about
Yeah,
that.
you said that last month. You
Well,
said
I
I'm
don't
gonna
have any
meet with you.
information.
Have you met with her? I don't
With
think
who?
so.
Met with who?
You were gonna meet with Susie. Have you met with her?
I was not gonna meet with Susan.
Oh, you said it at the meeting. Do I need to listen to the recording? I know you
I
said it
made
to her.
no appointment to meet with her. I
I
told
know
her.
you made no appointment.
I told her instead of telling me all this stuff, we should get together. I should meet with the supervisors, not her specifically, with
She
the
is the
supervisors.
supervisor.
Well, no, nothing's been done. But you're talking about services not being provided to our patrons. I'm concerned about that. I have not seen anything about where this disparity is, in what departments, what's happening.
When are you planning on having this meeting, Carolyn?
I don't
How
need a
many
meeting.
more months do we have to wait before these positions are even posted? Huh?
Patty, I'll repeat myself. I'm looking for information from, I don't know, the director, the supervisors about this disparity in providing services. I am unaware of it, and you tell me about it all the time, and I'd like to see what's actually happening.
You had these budget workshops. Each department gave you a stack of stuff like this about what all of their employees do and how many hours they use. And that apparently you said, oh, that isn't what I want. Well, you never said what you actually wanted. Why don't you call these people, or why don't you just sit down and figure out what you actually want and tell these people so they can give it to you, so we can then get this on the agenda and start hiring people, or at least start posting the positions.
Patty, you're telling me that we are unable to provide services. So I'm asking you to provide me with the documentation that shows which departments are unable to provide services to patrons. Break
What
it
is
down by
Cindy-
these positions or people.
Isn't that partly what you were telling us?
I'm telling you that the digital services is down 83 hours a week, and that we are looking at the services and determining which, I don't have the answer for you yet about which services are being affected, okay? But 83, well, I already know they've cut back on programming, because they said that, because they didn't have enough people to do the programming, because, staffing the desk is a priority, so they're there to serve patrons, and so they have cut back on fall programming.
Could you provide me with the list of the programs they cut back on?
I don't know that they scheduled them and canceled them, they didn't schedule them. So no, I can't give you a list that they cut back on.
So if we didn't cut back, or if we didn't eliminate something, then we didn't, or
They
we
didn't
didn't cut
They
it
schedule
back.
didn't do as many as they normally would do,
They
Carolyn.
didn't schedule, I was told that they cut back on the programming.
Okay, and that's a logical statement. So we compare the programming that we have this year compared to what we had, or what they cut back, and let's see if maybe the programs they decided to cut back weren't the most popular. I mean, there must be ways they're doing this.
There are different programs every year.
Yeah, they're different programs.
I'm sure they are,
We get
in
statistics
some
all the
regards, but,
time.
there's a way to determine this. I mean, she's sitting here screaming at me month after month after month. I need a little bit more than that.
The person at the desk has to be able to show somebody how to use, I don't think they actually show them how to use it, but they set up the digital printer, and they show them how to, they rent
So
out
have you
the
ever
sewing
used that
machine
department at
and the
all?
other equipment there. They loan it out. Sometimes they use it over in the library here. But that's what the person at the desk does. It doesn't take somebody with a master's degree to figure out how to run the digital
It takes
printer.
somebody with technical skill to answer technical questions about how all the
Right,
equipment
but this could
works.
be learned in a short period of time. Somebody could
Joe,
be
have
trained,
you ever gone down
cross-trained.
there
Well, but
and
you have to
asked any
hire
of those
someone to
people to
train
help
them.
you with anything? I have.
And
Stuff that I have
we have
no
some-
technical
Please
knowledge
let
that
him
I've
finish.
had them.
Could I finish
Could you let
talking?
him finish, please?
Could I finish talking? You interrupt everybody all the time.
Well, that's because I'm kind of
That's,
irritated here.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
That's in your DNA or something.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And then push me some more and you'll see more of it.
All
Go
right.
ahead, finish.
We have a lot of people here with bachelor's degrees and some with master's degrees. It seems to me it doesn't take all that skill and all that intelligence to run the digital printer. That's the hardest thing to do down there. And they just stand, they're at the desk and they service people. How many people come in to use the digital printer? I think the numbers were really small.
But I'm not sure how their education level addresses the issue of having,
Well, maybe
less
some
people
additional
to
training,
staff
somebody
staff.
that's in a different department could be shifted there.
right, but there's just so
I
many
mean,
hours of.
Susan
coverage
Lemke
that's
always
needed.
talked about cross-training.
We do cross-training.
I know, and this is
there's
where
a
we should be
lot of-
doing it.
A lot of detail
we-
in learning how each piece of equipment works.
Right, and it would be helpful to these people. Maybe they'll learn how to operate the digital printer, and maybe they'll decide, well, hey, I can get a better job somewhere else.
You're talking
And
about
we might
staff?
lose them, but I mean,
He's talking about job sharing, job training, cross-training.
Right,
That's the point I
yes.
think he's making here.
yeah.
So we are.
Which solves some problems, but maybe not all of them. But again, I still would like, I need information about what services we're unable to provide and how
Well, when you're
effective-
planning on getting that information, Carolyn, could you please include me on your meeting? Because I really would like to hear what they're telling you.
Well, I'm
Thank
not
you.
gonna have a meeting, I'm asking for information.
Well, then we would all like that information, please.
And
So-
that
You
would,
got
that would
the
help.
information at those,
It's not enough
workshops.
It's
No,
not
the
enough.
workshops have nothing to do with the fact that we're down employees and there's a
Well,
cause and
read the
effect, I wanna know the
digital
effect.
services,
The effect will
Turnout.
be, we'll have more and more programs that will be dropped because of people leaving. And there won't be people to teach.
All
the
we
program.
ask is if we could put it on the agenda.
Yeah,
What
if you
is
could
so
just
hard
put it on the
about that?
agenda so that we can present.
What are we putting on the agenda? You wanna read the statement?
Yeah.
Or I'll tell you what, whatever she told you, send it to me and something will get on the agenda. I have no idea what she
Other things
said.
that come up during the month that we're gonna wanna put on the agenda, we don't know what they are right now.
At least this is
Well,
an
we have
important one.
postponed
Hiring
executive
staff is
session.
important.
We have postponed approving executive session minutes for 3 months. We cannot be here till 10 o'clock hashing the same things over and over again. Executive session
Then you
minutes
cannot
need
keep
to be approved and
knocking
they
what
need
we
to be
want to put on
released.
the agenda off of the agenda.
That has nothing to do with the fact that we're
No, it's
discussing
the,
something
how much
else right
time
now.
you spend back and forth, back and
You know, all
forth.
you have to do is put the stuff on the agenda, it's not
Not
that hard.
everything will go on the agenda. That's my experience, and I understand why now everything you want doesn't get on the agenda. We want to get through these meetings. But Cindy, if you want to read that statement to me,
Well,
I'd
but you
love
know
to hear
what,
it.
everything that we asked to put on the agenda has been discussed tonight anyways, so you might as well put it on there, because it's gonna come up, whether you put it on there or not. It's just,
I don't know what you're
Comment.
talking about, but I would like her to just read
But we still won't
that.
be able to vote on it because if she doesn't let it go on the agenda.
So the agenda item would be, I would say, a discussion with possible action on I guess by 4.02, it would be approving filling the vacancy for the digital services assistant head and a
Wait,
digital.
please, before you go any further, I thought somebody was being put in that position from within. Am I confused?
Well, you asked me to read her statement, so I'm reading her statement.
Okay, so wait,
Okay?
I thought her statement was about,
This is her statement, I'm reading her statement.
I brought up the
Have you-
the positions that were brought to our attention.
Yeah, this is her statement. Digital services, assistant head, digital services full-time position, which is a librarian, and patron services, 3 part-time positions, and building services, full-time building services. So that's why I wanted to clarify with her, because the building services full-time position that was talked about in the workshop is a building services coordinator or maintenance coordinator.
Yeah, the one that
something
you
like
said we needed to take over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so those.
However, that position needs to be worded.
Those items would be on the agenda, they would be discussed, and then there would possibly be action, okay?
Yeah.
So
it
what
doesn't-
is so hard about
Okay,
that?
so here's the
It
confu-
just means it's coming for discussion, and then we don't have to yell back and forth all night.
okay, now in
here.
terms of discussion of those positions, okay, one is the assistant supervisor, I think, in digital services.
We're not discussing them now.
And I guess that's a position, I thought you were filling from within, the position that Greg talked about, or you talked about, the coordinator.
I don't know.
In
It-
the
it-
facilities department, is that somebody moving up, is that
So we
being
would
filled?
discuss this next month. That's why putting it on the agenda, we
But
would have
how am
the
I gonna get all this
information.
information next month? We're gonna just sit here and yell at each other like we're doing now? I mean, that
No,
doesn't
that's
work
why
for
we
me.
wanna discuss it next
Gather
month.
the information, and we will, be able to have more information about these positions that we
So-
don't have now.
So, there's only one of these positions that's a new position, right? It's this coordinator position?
So we're eliminating a higher position and creating a lower position.
So, but it's a position that you're creating. We don't even know what this person's responsibilities will be. You're determining that based on, I guess.
Yeah, so it'll be what the current supervisor is now, less the supervisory duties essentially.
Oh, so he'll be doing the
work.
maintenance work, okay. And then the supervisor is going to Rich, correct?
Yes, Rich will assume this.
So how does that end up in this agenda item as well? I mean, is he
But
part
that
of this?
was not what,
We promoted
Statement that you wanted to
Rich
make.
a number of years ago in anticipation of this.
Okay, so he's already kinda in
he's already a
this-
supervisor.
Rich is already a supervisor and is in the process of documenting and assuming the overall
Those-
responsibility, yes.
Okay, all right. I didn't know. I mean, IT and facilities kind of a little different in my world, so.
I think Dave mentioned that he was training him in some of the, understanding some of the systems and stuff.
Do you think you meant the IT supervisor?
I think Dave was educating Rich in
Right.
some of the systems
Yes.
so that he would
You
be
think
able
right,
to.
Joe, that's exactly what's going on.
Yes.
Right.
So why can't we talk about it next month?
No, that's fine.
Oh, then can we put it on the agenda for next month?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But believe it or not, I didn't get any of this clarification until we calmly sat and they read this to me and I could ask a couple questions. Because, all you say is I don't, and I don't because I don't understand. Yes,
This is a problem, Carolyn, because I've heard them mention these things, what the qualifications, or what they need multiple times over the past few months, and somehow it's, I don't know if it's because you're texting or you're writing notes, I would assume you should be able to get it. You're a smart
Patty
woman.
Rosansky, I will clarify your comment. The information I am looking for regarding this agenda item, these positions, the fact that we are unable to provide services does not fall under anything I have heard in these past few months. So it's not that I'm looking in a different direction or doing something else. I'm expecting additional information to give me a better idea of what we're doing here. So now I'm talking about something completely differently than you are. But if this is all,
So
are
there's
we
a-
ready to?
A motion on the table, needs a second, adjourn.
Well, we asked if this stuff was gonna be able to be on the agenda,
She said yes.
so, and it can be, to discuss. Okay,
so the motion is,
so did you
But
have anything
adjourn.
else?
anything else that we may want to put on the agenda next month is still not,
Well,
Well,
send me an
let's
email
start
and
with
don't send
some-
it to Cindy.
Start with something? Can we start with
Yeah,
something?
exactly. At least she's giving us an inch. I mean, that's huge for Carolyn. Let's take the
I
inch.
think the proper way is to send our requests to Cindy.
Then go right ahead.
Would you please put these on the agenda?
Yes, but
Isn't
last
it-
Well, but
week,
she
I
has the
gave
final
her a request
authority
and
of the
Carolyn
agenda.
denied it. That's our
Well, give her the
So then I send it to her.
paper the day before.
It gets hairy.
So,
I will
But-
continue to do what I normally do, which is
Go right ahead.
to email both of you in one email.
wonderful.
That's what I always try to do. It still didn't get on the agenda. Doesn't matter how I do it.
I also think it's kind of important we know, because the press will question, that we need to really clarify this press policy. You had it on the agenda months ago, and then when I questioned you about it, you said, oh, it's with the lawyers, they're writing it up. We still haven't heard you. Supposedly, there's some kind of press agenda, or.
But we never voted on
But
the
we
press
never
policy.
voted
No,
on
it hasn't, I think it's been created, but when I received an email from him, and I read this long document, and it wasn't correct, so I called him, I said, is this what you meant to say? So apparently, I was reading the wrong document. I says, well, then you need to send me this media policy. I have not gotten it, but to tell you the truth, when that gets on the agenda, he'll probably be here because you have questions, and I have put it off because that's more money on an attorney, and I know attorney's a hot topic. So I didn't like forget it or ignore it, but I haven't gotten the actual media policy either. And I'll be honest with you, I've been working on so much other stuff, I sort of haven't really been pressuring him for it.
So
But I'll do
really,
that.
in the meantime, there is no restriction for staff to speak to the press.
Well, there's a directive that they should follow whatever procedure he's
But it
already
wasn't
put in
voted on.
place. Pardon me?
It wasn't something that was
You know what,
voted on.
sometimes attorneys are hired to do the best thing they can for the library, and even the trustees aren't at that level. That's why we have attorneys.
Yep, no.
But can we, do we have a motion on the table to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
No, we didn't vote on the other motion.
What motion?
Your motion.
She said she will have those put on the agenda, what I talked about.
Yeah, it is, you can't vote on this because it
There's-
wasn't on the agenda.
She'll put it on the agenda for, so we can at least discuss it at the next meeting. That's my concern, is because she keeps putting it off the agenda, we'll never vote, and
So are we okay, can we adjourn, and you're gonna email Becky, Cindy, your items or something, you said?
I'm going to email you this agenda item, and there was one other thing you asked for. Oh, the per capita, what per capita grant is being spent on, I'm going to email to the whole board.
thank you.
I asked for, I got service.
Plus the stuff
Oh, yes,
you were
sir.
saying describing, you were getting, she wanted information from Susie or something?
The services that.
Yes, so,
have
and
been
that are,
authorized.
and from, actually from all of the departments that are negatively affected.
Sure.
This way, we won't have this problem at the next meeting because she'll have that information. We all will,
I'll
hopefully.
check. I just can hope that in the future that,
Thank you, Cindy.
And you're sending it out.
And if you're looking at your.
I'm sending it to the board
policy
email.
manuals, you could look at
I have a whole
3.01 as
now,
well.
but if you want to
Excuse
keep
me,
doing
what?
that.
I didn't hear that.
Just
This
review
one I think
policy
you sent to mine.
3.01 as well.
My FOIA request,
3.01.
that's right. What is she talking about?
So you haven't looked
Fine,
at
I
it in
know
a
it's
while.
probably my outlook.
What is 3.01 pertaining to?
Information.
Okay.
I don't think I have it here. Library records.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes the names are a bit deceiving as to
Okay.
what's in the
What's that
policy.
About 3.01.
I'm suggesting that the trustees take a look at policy 3.01, which is also in their policy book.
And that one hasn't been changed?
No, this was
Since the new board has
adopted in
been in office.
'08.
What-
And what's the
08.
title, what is it about?
Library records.
Okay, thank you.
And there's nothing in there about putting things on the agenda?
No, it's not about, it's just, it's
No.
more
That-
about
you know what?
information.
So then this
Getting
whole, this is
information.
all a bunch of baloney, because we could put on the,
What?
we could put it, we could
No,
put
no,
anything
no,
we
no,
want
no.
on the agenda,
Whatever.
whatever,
Well,
okay.
the trustee manual, you have a copy of the trustee
Yes.
manual. And so how things get on the agenda is also addressed in the trustee manual. So
Yes.
there are conflicting statements. So the trustee manual is not a policy. It is,
Right.
like in the statute, it says that the board can establish rules. Okay, so your trustee manual are the rules, right? So. I don't know, the bylaws have always been part of the policy manual. It's,
Right.
I'm not a lawyer, so.
Yes, and the bylaws need a supermajority to change them.
Right. But the
And I would
trustee manual is
assume a
not part.
policy shouldn't be able to change them because a policy is not a bylaw. Bylaw is the higher one.
Well, trustee manual is not a policy. So I
Okay.
don't,
Okay,
that's all I know about it.
but most of what we changed was policies in the spring.
You changed, the trustee manual was changed on the 24th of May as well.
Okay,
So that's why you have a new copy of it.
okay.
Right, and those were all policies.
So, we have a motion?
To adjourn.
You do? You have one motion?
I made a motion before to adjourn. That was about half an hour ago. Is there a second?
I don't know, Carolyn, you can't second a motion?
Can't she?
I don't know, can I as president, or I can't? I can't.
Is
Oh,
there a
maybe I
rule
can
that the
second, I
president
just can't.
second it?
I don't remember. The president of the board is a voting member, so it doesn't say anything about, except you can't second a motion.
I
Well,
didn't
know I
think that was
can't.
the policy.
I know I can't.
It's in the manual, it says that the president is a voting member of the board.
Yeah.
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 So then I can second it, right, then I'll second it.
Doesn't mean.
Okay, there you go.
But we need to take a roll.
Yes, we do.
So
Trustee
that's the
Dublik.
key. Thank you, Martha. Yes.
Trustee Dublik, yes. Trustee, Schoenfeld's gone. Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen Adams?
It's wrong.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yeses.
Whatever works for you. Well, we have 1, 2, 3, we only have 5 trustees here, so we only
She
need
said
3
yes.
votes.
Four
We'll
yeses.
need 3 people anyway.
We had 4 yeses.
So it carries.
So you both can say no, that's okay. And you can stay, but I really need to go. Thank you all. Did everybody, I didn't hear you, Becky, but I
I
guess.
said yes.
Yes. Thank